It's match day number 7. Once again, right here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval, the Great Lakes Tournament, men's T20. You're very welcome. It's a good morning to you right from here in East Africa. And earlier on, we were in the middle for the toss. Let's see what happened. Welcome back from that toss. And indeed, as you've heard, it's a new strip, it's a new day. That makes this particular side near where we are seated the shorter end in the rest of the games of this tournament. And certainly both teams, the captains, wanting to have ball first because they would want to have a look at how the particular strip plays. But it will be the Chog Avengers who get that specific opportunity. And they're the two batters, openers for the Mburo Blasters, Charles Musemeza, Fahad Mutagana. They've been the formidable openers throughout this particular tournament. They will be opening the batting again. They've made a great account of themselves in terms of utilizing the power play. And they would look to build up on their momentum that they've already had thus far. The Chog Avengers will be Richard Agamire opening up the bowling from the Ginger Road end. A bit of a change of ends because he's always come from the Shell end. But this is a new strip, new day, new opportunities, and new expectations. You're very welcome to this particular match day number 7. It's a very fast morning game coming through. And we can only hope that this will now trigger off a clear indication of what is yet to come, who wants to win it. Because Chog Avengers on 10 points, they would definitely look to win this and stay afloat of the rest ahead of the last couple of games. And with Mburo Blasters at 6, the rest of the teams trying to chase up on, the pack is chasing up on the Chog Avengers. So it's a very interesting and entertaining fixture. And off we go. It's an immediate single for Charles Musemeza. Bit of a low full toss, probably a surprise ball to Charles Musemeza. Would look to ease into this game rather than just flexing his muscles right from the onset. A lot of experience has been gained over the games in this particular tournament. And these players are finding their footing. They're making the most of this opportunity. Indeed, observing how the particular strip will be performing for these batters. They're trying to have a look. So Fad Mutagana quickly just checking that spot. There will certainly be some movement of the seam. And they would look to see how they particularly play out these games. And Richard Agamire making full use of the surface. Not on this particular occasion, because that's there for the taking. It's a sitter. The full toss and under full, Fad Mutagana any day would punish you. Picks up the gap for a boundary there earlier on. And getting the purple already going. First boundary for young Fad Mutagana. Followed up by a quick single. Very intelligent batting approach from this pair. Fad Mutagana recognizing that the fielders are right on the 30-yard waiting for the bigger hits. So just dropping it and running is a good way to go about piling the innings while punctuating it with the boundaries. Anything that is off the surface, it's biting very well for the seam, and it's giving an opportunity to the bowlers on the fielding side to come up with something, almost an opportunity for a wicket. And Richard Agamire fully recognizing it, but of course he's caught in between, trying to get full use of the swing, trying to pitch that ball a little further, as well as using the seam. It will be remembered indeed in this particular 9-day tournament, back-to-back games for these players, so fatigue tends to kick in. After night's rest, there is always a fixture. And you can see that the players are really pushing themselves, but this is also what prepares them for the international stage with the continuous games that they're engaged in. It means that they have an opportunity to try out their mettle, look through the game situations, plan through their approach, and more games means more opportunities. So altogether, yes, it takes a bit of a toll on the person, not just physically, but also psychologically, emotionally, mentally. And right now, it's the end of the first over. Mburo Blasters 7 for naught. It will be Dan Keith Amani opening the bowling from the shell end. He's been always coming through as a change bowler. But knowing that today Baido Ivan is replaced by Juma Mohammed, it means that it is Dan Keith Amani to open. And first off, chance go through gully region, and it is a single Fad Mutagana would be glad to take the single and get to the other side. Or is the best seat for a batter, non-strikers end. You get to observe and watch and enjoy the cameo and the experience, the performance of the batters, of the strike on the other end. Good areas by Dan Keith Amani. He's certainly been bowling in the middle periods throughout this tournament. And because he comes in at a period where the batters are looking to maximize the scoring rate, he tends to have the wicketkeeper up at the stumps to try and limit the batter scoring options. And it is more of pace-off. It's a different pace. But now opening the bowling, he's coming in with more express pace. Is well cut away by Charles Musemeza for a couple of runs. It's a big hit. One bounce through square leg. As Charles Musemeza vintage lately, he is an aggressive batter. Picking up early on that particular length and line. Just on the off stump. Picks it and sends it across his first boundary account on the day. Charles Musemeza. And credit to Dan Keith Amani. He corrects that particular error and makes sure that he keeps the batters quiet. And for them just looking to rotate the strike, dabbing it down. By the lofty standards set for the Mburo Blasters, this is rather a more silent or quiet power play period. However, you must also recall that part of the explanation is that this is a new strip and they would like to first have a look and pay respects to the bowlers who have an opportunity to bowl on a new surface. Not new because it's just been made, but because it's the first time in this particular tournament cup that it's being utilized. And that brings up the end to the second over. Mburo Blasters 16 for 2. Richard Agamire straying away towards the leg side and dropping short. Fad Mutagana will certainly oblige and look to make the most of that. That was short and wide down the leg. Easy pickings for Fad Mutagana. It's pressure on Richard Agamire right up front because it's a boundary of the very fast delivery. Very lucky there not to be punished with that low full toss But probably the advantage, it was a little wider towards the white line. And he gets there with that. Richard Agamire continuing with a good job of trying to keep it quiet, trying to keep it low. But the able partnership of Fad Mutagana and Charles Musemeza, they continue to rotate the strike and try to impose more pressure on the bowlers in this power play period. The Mbro Blasters, easily the best contenders in terms of their performance in the power play period. And that is the Fad Mutagana vintage extra cover, the drive right over the infield. He gets another boundary. Sighting it, Ali. Yes, there's a hint of outswing, but that will just land within the slot, and Fad Mutagana will still reach out for that ball. Just getting it over the infield. Another comfortable boundary. And Richard Agamire will know better that this time he really needs to bowl in the discipline areas and try to stay focused, because his team needs him to put in a full quarter of his overs. Again, that is lofted. Couple of bounces, still goes for another boundary to Fad Mutagana over the covers region. Little shuffle across, accesses that ball just outside the off stump, full extension of his arms. Fad Mutagana gets another boundary, and it is the final ball of the over. Boundary on the first and on the last. Very healthy over, a whole 14 runs from the over, making it 30 for naught after 3 overs, the Mburo Blasters. And that is how the Mbro Blasters are getting back into their groove of utilizing the power play. I'm not alone in the comms box. I'm here with none other than the trusted, tried and true voice, the Prince of Kampala, Mr. Ndaula Innocent. Welcome, Innocent. Good morning.
Good morning, Michael. A man who is beautiful named Michael Grace. A Michael who is full of grace. I just love to know what Indiko means. But I tell you what, he won't be riding solo now. He will be together at the top of the comms box. Piercing that one through the covers. I come into the comms box, and the boundaries continue to flourish here for Charles Musemeza and Fahad Mutagana. They were moving at just 7 and over, but the last over very fruitful. No less than 14 runs from it. And see what they do. They continue to break the shackles. That's a beautiful sight right there behind the 2 men in red and 1 in yellow. Hopefully our production crew can get us those men. The 2 men in red and the 1 in yellow. We'll talk about them. Alebads as well, like we in the comms box, as Dan Keith Amani continues to look for an Ale inroad here. Hacked across the line. There is a call for no ball from the umpire, so that is 5 runs to the total. Riazat Alisha, captain of the Mburo Blasters, does the fielding. And this is why it's a boundary. Helping it along. He dragged it way too short. And look at Riazat Alisha with the pads on, showing you the basics with the long barrier. That's the captain of the cricket craze. No wonder he is Mr. Leader.
Mr. Reliable indeed, the free hit.
And what he does, he gives him a full toss. He says, go on, help yourself. And he doesn't get the full blow off the middle of the bat there. Just a couple of runs. He could have smoked that one anywhere on this park. Juma Farid, the fielder. Lots of interesting games yesterday here, Michael. You were here at the end of the over. I'd like you to relive the day. For everyone who missed out on day, a very fruitful day, day number 6. Back to the bowler. The handshake is not complete because the diving effort from the bowler is half-hearted. And the single is milked.
Almost a chance there in your frame, but Dan Keith Amani, that just getting past his fingertips. In fact, Mutagana, he's been in the mode already, 21 of 11. Very healthy scoring rate.
No runs on offer in front of Ismail Munir. Ismail Munir has gone through the ranks of Cricket Uganda as well. Again, another good ball. Staggered well. Juma Miyaji, skipper of the Choga Avengers with the fielding effort. Choga Avengers were lonely at the top. They stay at the top, but they're not lonely because here another loss will leave them out of trouble. What a day it was. They failed to chase down 137. Those stories are for Mike Ondiko, not me. But this is the end of the 4th over. And the score for the Mburo Blasters is 43 without loss. There they are in yellow. Jackson Ogwang, assistant coach, Cricket Cranes, and director Push Academy, who have given us so many players for this tournament. In the middle, the legend, the man himself, Steve Ongoji Tikolo, 5 World Cups for Kenya, and now on his 3rd sojourn as Cricket Cranes coach. And on the right is former Cricket Cranes captain and now coach of Uganda, emerging, Roger Mukasagali Wango, easily the best batter of his generation and the leading run scorer of Uganda at all times across all the formats, 4-day, T20, and 50 over cricket. That's a lot of pedigree in one place. When the producer gets time, he'll give you that photo again. That's a lot of pedigree. I am not man enough to sit amongst those men, even to tie their shoelaces.
Wow, thanks, Innocent, for those flowers. As it's going says, it is very good to accord honor where it's due. And when the men that have served this game get to meet up and sit in the same space, that's very encouraging. In the meantime, it was Juma Farid, a young brother to Miyaji Juma, replacing at the Ginger Road end Richard Agamire's first couple of overs.
He's bowling gentle medium pace here, Juma Farid. The first time I am having a sight of him. And the eyes must be lighting up in that dugout for the the Muro Blasters, they're looking at the gentle medium pace and they are saying, oh my, this is the bowler we should face. It's the bowler we should take on. Finally, they get to hit one over the top, over the infield. Charles Musemeza, but not anywhere out of the park. Hitting the covers. What an effort. A real good effort there in the field. Conrad Lubwama, he was on fire yesterday. He posted one of his videos where he uppercut Cosmas Cheuta over the top. He pumped him for 6 cut shot. That is typical Michael Ndiko, typical bully stuff. It was in the zone, talking about 6s. There will be one coming off the bat now of Charles Musemeza. That's the dugout of the Mburo Blasters. Their coach, Oxy Sadamo Oyaga, happy. Juma Farid there. Tame over up front, 1 leg by and 2 singles, but once he fell short, it was always going to be hit out of the park. Hacked across the line. Is that another boundary? And yes, because there is no protection, the fielder running across has to run more than a mile, and he falls short. Robert Obele Owele. The over comes to an end, 12 runs from it. Juma Farid, brother to the skipper, Juma Miyagi, into the fray, into the frying pan, and he falls into the fire. 12 runs he does concede in his first over. I tell you what, let's wrap up the over. 56 for no loss after 5. For the final play of the over, there is a slip in because it is Ishmael Munil to bowl it. Obele. International for the baby cricket cranes. Over the park in the early moments here. No run through. It's a dot ball. Richard Agamire. Dreadrock Rasta. Sharon Atuhula standing out there in the middle with Patrick Makumi Musoke. Cut very delicately, and that will reside to the boundary, an electric boundary for the last 6 days, day 7, and it's still paying true dividends to people who play nice shots like that.
Just waiting for it, finding the right gap and guiding it through. Certainly Munir Ismail, they are guilty of so much width on offer, yet there is no pace to his bowling. But he comes through at a time where it is the power play period, and another sweet boundary all the way straight through. The best place to hit it, just above the head of the bowler. Outside of stump again, trying to go for that wide line, but all he succeeds in doing is giving the reach to Charles Musemeza, who will be glad to get a maximum number of runs from the power play period. And that dot ball will bring up the end, not only to the over of Munir Ismail having conceded only 9 runs, but also the end of the power play. A very healthy power play once again, because the Mburo Blasters find themselves 65 for naught after the 6 overs. And because there is now a bit more protection, because during the power play, you only have 2 players allowed outside the inner ring, but now they can have the full scale of 5 players outside of the inner 30. And it will be the young man in Juma Farid being given an opportunity to come through as well. But earlier on, yesterday, we had quite an interesting day, as we had the slaying of the giants, so to speak. Victoria Strikers defeating the Mburo Blasters. And that is a big hit. It is none other than, I tell you, Fad Mutagana in the mood. He's good and willing to go. Just getting down on one knee. That was down the leg. Gets on one knee. No look. Sends it all the way. Just over the head coach of the senior cricket Cranes. Having a discussion there in the background. You can see in the image with the head of selectors, Mr. Nehal Bibodi. And just as though proverbially telling them, I can play very good T20 cricket here. Fad Mutagana seems to be telling the story, scripting his own story as it is right now. And it will be pressure on the young Juma Farid coming through in his second over. It is a maximum of the very first ball of the over. Followed up with a big heave cut shot, but Ronald Utah will save it at the boundary. And indeed, as we were saying, yesterday was a slaying of the giants, because in the morning it is the Victoria Strikers cutting down the Mburo Blasters, while in the afternoon the Bunyonyi Warriors were able to trounce the Choga Avengers. Victoria Strikers having posted 180 all out, they were able to defend by getting the Mburo Blasters 112 all out, thanks to that fifer by Matthew Musinguzi. And as well in the afternoon, it was a similar script, because the Bunyonyi Warriors, having wanted anywhere between 170 and 180, only managed 136 runs all out. But the Choga Avengers, I tell you, even with their cameo at the very start, we saw, of course, Ronald Luwama scoring that huge huge heave, cut short over off the bowling of Cosmos Chewuta. They only managed 101 all out. And the singles continue to run in. This time it is a double. Very good, intelligent running between Fad Mutagana and Charles Musemeza. They continue dealing in their high ranges, because the run rate has been 10 for a while. It's now on the higher regions of 11. Juma Farid coming into the games, into this particular tournament for the first time on game day number 7. And he's had a bit of a baptism of fire, because that is cut through But well saved by his elder brother, Juma Miyaji. Working hard. I just hope he's not pulled something in the process of covering that almost 30 meters just to close off that over. It is right now the Mburo Blasters soaring up at 77 for no wicket yet after 11 overs. I beg your pardon, 77 for naught after the 7 overs. Quick changes up in between the overs. Munir Ismail will be the man returning from the shell end.
They're moving steady. Yes, everyone will want to say there is a certain amount of fatigue setting in. Yes, the games have been bumper. The games have been, though, exciting. And the schedule has been unforgiving. And when you lose, you fade off from the scene very, very quickly. As you see, there's single between the two, Musemeza and Fahad Mutagana. They've mixed it up nicely. 39 from 20, make that 40 from 21 for Musemeza, and 35 from 23 for Fahad Mutagana. The two, of course, making their debuts for the Cricket Cranes this year, showing that they have been trusted to go into the higher level, not only earn a big paycheck, but also continue to deliver the goods. There's nothing like a free lunch when you play for the Cricket Cranes. And these two have worked very well. No. And for me, a team that bats like this, a team that continues to improvise, a team that doesn't just go with for only raw power, that mixes up the aggression with some sense, is the team to watch out for. Very dangerous characters. Yeah. Touch and go. If there's no boundary on offer, you take the single, because the many singles right in front of your eyes. The 80 comes up in quick time, still moving at a very healthy rate. And the bowling changes there will be very key, Michael. You very well know Juma Miyagi will not be bowling today. That's why maybe you saw he brought in his young brother Juma Farid into the team and into the attack immediately. Yes. And that will please many of the coaches walking around and looking at this action. Ismail Munir looks like he'll be bowled out very, very quickly today. And at the end of 8, it's 81 for no loss for the Mburo Blasters.
Innocent, indeed, you do speak about the bumper-to-bumper games, the workload, the experience. And amazingly, another school of thought could be that this is a bit of immersion into the high-performance context where you have to always perform at the highest level, consistently and continuously. It may be a baptism of fire for the young man, for example, Juma Farid, who is asked to continue into the third over. But also for the two batters out there, it is a good test of their mettle to try and get them ready for the challenges at international cricket. Immediately straying down the leg. Almost a carbon copy of the previous over, where Fahad Mutagana, the very first ball of the over, second over of Juma Farid, sent that into court number 5. Off one knee for a maximum, and it went sailing just over the head coach and the head of selectors. And this time, it looks like Juma Farid will have his first count at this highest level.
Mutagana will take a walk, falling for 37 from 26. He got the elevation on the shot, not enough power behind the shot. The power was cut off. Call it a load shedding day for him. This is how Juma Farid picked up his wicket, bowling it wider on that fourth invisible stump. And the catch, a gift from the heavens, as done Keith Amani, completes one of the easiest chances he'll ever take. And Juma Farid, welcome to the world.
Absolutely. You must give credit to standing captain for the day in Gerald Olipa, maintaining the trust in the young Juma Farid, asking him to continue into his third over. And he repays that faith, picking up a wicket on the very first legal delivery of the over. And indeed, just a bit of some hints and ideas from Juma Miyaji to young Juma Farid, making sure that the young man can continue to bowl in good areas. But I tell you, the proverbial from the frying pan to the fire, the man that has just walked in there in your frame, Captain Riyazat Ali Shah, walking in at number 3. It is quite a test for the young Juma Farid.
I don't think in the wildest of his dreams, Juma Farid had ever even had a little skimmish of a nod or a nap that he would be bowling to Riyazat Ali Shah in his lifetime. But why sport is an equalizer, it's a leveler. Here he is. And the first ball he balls up front to Riyazat Ali Shah, he just gets a single. These are fairy tales. Hacked across the line. Does it go to the boundary? No, there is a fielder. Sean Agamire puts his body on the line and then he just fends it off to the boundary. That is poor fielding. The long barrier was in, but he didn't show commitment and conviction. Hence, White raced to the boundary. Look at that. Guilty party has tried to do the recovery job.
Sean Agamire showing some signs of half-hearted commitment there. Yes, he may have got a wicket bounce the very last moment, but that's why the body behind the ball helps to stop that as well. And that will be followed up by another maximum. It is boundaries that he's dealing in, Charles Musemeza. What a performer, this young man.
Young Farid there bowls one that is going down on the leg side, and it's helped along nicely. Creamed behind square for 6 right over the head of Coach Jackson Ogwanga, that is the advertising board. Poor delivery, and it gets the rightful punishment. This one is hit through the covers. Chance for 4 runs, but Juma Miyaji does well to carry it off, and the throw is equally good. 2 runs to the total. The 90 is up already, 93 to be exact. Farid, his 3 overs have gone for 38, but he picked up a wicket. It will be a good consolation, and not the worst of bowling figures we've seen in this tournament. And he ends up with a dot ball against the run of play. Musemeza thinks he's missed out on one that was there for the taking. And end of the 9th, a fruitful over for the Mboro Blasters. And the score is 95 for 1.
Tambla Lutaya. Auntie. Next time, please. And middle stump. Thank you. Sean.
Chance to run very hard. Will it go to the boundary? Oh, yes. It crosses the boundary lines. The runs are continuing to flow here in Lugogo on a calm, weather-friendly morning. Looks like overcast conditions, but I tell you, it's perfect cricket weather. I would love to be a fielder out here this morning because the weather is cricket-friendly. And if I was a fielder, I would enjoy my time in the sun. Agamire with the effort as a fine one.
I wonder whether the fielders are necessarily enjoying the fielding because the way the two batters in the middle have been displaying their prowess. It leaves quite little for them to work with.
The 100 does come up. And Museme has already crossed his half century. Another one for him in the tournament. Jeff.
Another single. Who rotate the strike, and Riyazat Ali Shah yet to find his range. Is glad to keep rotating the strike because Charles Musemeza is middling it and middles it perfectly all the way to the safest region right at the side screen. Just outside the off stump, picks up early on the line and gets it just over Munir Ismail. Another boundary collection for Charles Musemeza. And with that particular performance and effort, with the whole 11 runs from that over, it will bring up the end to the. It is the 10th over, 106 for 1, Mburo Blasters. It will be a change at the Ginger Road end. Aziz Tandia, he can be quite a handful. Bowling to Riyazat Ali Shah and Charles Museme is already on 56. Rather, Charles Museme is on 58. He's going comfortably. And Riyazat Ali Shah recognizing the tide of the game at the moment that the Mburo Blasters are having. He keeps rotating and giving Charles Musemeza the opportunity to strike. Dealing in the singles. And this is a very good bounce back from yesterday's experience where they lost to the Victoria Strikers with their paltry 112. By their lofty standards, the Mburo Blasters 112 all out was quite a sight to behold. But that gave the Victoria Strikers a much needed second win of the tournament. And Aziz Tandia continuing to do the tidy work of keeping the batters quiet, calm, and down. Because they just managed a number of singles in the over. And a very respectable, very good over from Aziz Tandia. Keeping the scoring quite low because it's just a 5 singles out of his over. and quite a figure and a performance needed by his Chog Avengers at the top of the table. But right now making for a very interesting contest. 111 for 1 after 11. I tell you, it's all the ones out on display. Mburo Blasters. Riyazat Ali Shah, comfortable to keep rotating the strike, going at just over 100 for a scoring rate. And the reason is because Charles Musemeza, 190 strike rate. Exactly what you need from your top order batter.
Wano.
The singles continue to tick in. In this middle period, the Mburo Blasters recognizing the passage of play and knowing that they are still at a very healthy scoring rate, just oscillating between 10 and 9.5. Call that back to 10 because it is Charles Musemeza vintage. He continues to impose himself on this particular game. It's another maximum. Sighting it early. And because Munir Ismail offers it a little closer, the length is right. He picks it up and sends it all the way. The following ball as well. It's a maximum.
Looks like one man here, Charles Musemeza, has said to be the king of Lugogo in the morning. He's been finding the boundary with relative ease, even after Fahad Mutagana departed for 30-odd. Musemeza has taken a liking to the bowling of Ismail Munir, who has finished his 4-over spell now with just 39 runs for no wicket. In the final over there, massive 15 runs from it. And he sends him off for the day, says, take your package, as the Mburo Blasters now reach 126 for 1 after 12 overs.
It is Juma, I beg your pardon, Aziz Tandia to Riyazat Ali Shah, maximum. Dropping it short, and Riyazat Ali Shah was quick in position, sends it all the way towards the tennis courts. Aziz Tandia, until now, was bowling a very imposing spell. But in his second over, Riyazat Ali Shah has already seen enough.
Now Riyazat Ali Shah goes straight downtown, bang. But there is Calvin Watua, who cuts it off nicely. Tickled round the corner, chance to run a single, and they get it. The boundary first up, 2 singles now. The thought process for the Chog Avengers, who remain top of the log, is that these two teams lost yesterday. So the thinking is that all of them need victory to steer clear of the bottom two, such that they stay in the conversation for the title.
Aziz Tandia bowling at a very precarious stage of the game. It may be the middle periods, but when the batters are well set, as this partnership is, It's always going to be quite a big challenge on any bowler, because such is the caliber of the opposition. And as he stand here, having conceded the 11 in the over, 10 runs in the over, it means that the Mburo Blasters continue blasting away 136 for 1 after 13 overs. Gerald Olipa, standing captain for the day, chooses to bring himself on. At the shell end, and he knows he needs to break the partnership.
Very good catch there, taken, completed. Richard Agamire, the fielder. There he is in your frame. 75 of 39. Make that 75 of 40. For Charles Musemeza, he's really taken them to a cleaners. Yeah, he's broken his shackles and he kept going after the bowlers. But now he falls with Olipa fresh into the attack. One that had a lot of height on it. No real distance. As Musemeza, the kingpin of this carnage early on here, collapses. 136 for 2 after 13.1.
First partnership worth a whole 82 for the opening stand, and the second wicket partnership just a 54 runs, but in quick time. And it was such an imposing partnership because Charles Musemeza, well set, was going at a very high rate. He's also been dismissed now. Gerard Olipa, the bowler. And Yashas Vijoshi picking up a single immediately. Surely the game is well poised with the sights of 200 on. And the reason why Riazat Ali Shah decides to deposit that all the way to the Java house.
Balls have come and balls have disappeared here in Lugogo, and there's another one disappearing into orbit. Thanks to that big blade of Riazat Ali Shah, who takes a liking to the bowling. The ball arrives, the batters want to have a look at it. Olipa with the wicket in the over. But after going for 1, third ball disappears for 6. Riazat Ali Shah in quick touch and in a good nick. 26 from 14 already. That one cramps him for room. Olipa shows that he knows a thing or two about spinning. He's not your everyday batter. There is one down the ground for a single. Right in the middle, Olipa continued to ask the big questions of Riyazat Ali Shah's abilities and Ayash Joshi. Beautiful end to the over. Over only going for 8 runs. And there is a wicket in it, the big wicket of Charles Musemeza. And at the end of 14, 144 for 2.
Which one?
Aziz Tandia flicked hard, good hands from Yashavji Joshi, captain of one of the clubs that play in the top flight for Uganda Avengers. Where's that gone? Riyazat Ali Shah pumps young man Aziz Tandia into Ginger Road. Aziz Tandia very guilty of trying to buy bananas in a pizza shop. He tosses one up in the air and the bananas are swallowed. They are eaten by Riyazat Ali Shah. Maximum after maximum. End of the over now. Oh no, it's not yet. It's just the boundary. Tell you what, Aziz Tandia, guilty party here. Michael, if you ask me, tosses one up in the air, selling bananas in a pizza shop, but I tell you they're all eaten. After all, it's all food. And that's how he's disappeared into Ginger Road, into the heavy traffic of a Thursday morning, into Ginger Road. Maximums. Look at Riyazat Ali Shah. The cameo is very beautiful from him. 18 balls and he's already flying 34 runs. Riyazat Ali Shah goes up in the air. It stays up in the air for some good time, but he had enough power behind the shot for it to go there for 6. Look at already into the 40s. Tandia is third over. Nightmarish from him, and his team will like to forget quickly. Look at how he drags it short. And as that Ali Shah pulls off balance. But because the connection was sweet, and he's got a very good willow, it flies all the way to 6. If you're watching, .158 already up in quick time. The run rate 10 per over. It will be now even more. It will go to 11 as that is hit over the production house here where we are seated and into the stands. The boundary is not very huge in Lugogo, but that 6 could be a boundary anywhere in the world.
I tell you, it is one of those days. As it stand, your first couple of overs was on the money, but the third over is put to the sword. Innocent, I was actually concerned a bit because when I saw the strip today, it's the one closer to our side. And I know now this is a shorter boundary. It tends to encourage one or two batters to try and go for that boundary. Riyazat Alisha never needs any encouragement to hit a six. But that brings up the end of the 15th over. It is 165 for 2. The Mburo Blasters. Gerard Olipa recognizing the passage of play, the toughness required, resilience asked of him as a captain. And he sends one in the air. It is a diving effort. It is Ronald Lutaya. Very good attempt. He manages to get his hands onto that ball. Riyazat Alisha trying to go for the big one. Just drops it off at the last moment. Just hoping he hasn't injured himself, Ronald Lutaya. But Conrad Luwam as well. Just able to recover that and limit it, keep it to just a single. He will keep changing the sides, Gerard Olipa. And this time it is right in the gap. Yashasvi Joshi getting into the scoring zone. Right arm round. And he picks it up comfortably. Sort of a sweep shot action. It goes all the way. Boundary again. Shimmy down the track. But he manages to pick it on. It's a couple of runs for Yashasvi. Was entering into the scoring zone as well. To partner up with Riyazat Alisha. Goes into that vacant region. It is 3 runs on Riyazat Alisha doing the hard yards. Is not only hitting maximums and the huge ones, but he's also able to pick up the quick singles, twos, in that case, even 3 runs. And this time he goes huge, big, far, and wide all the way. It's a maximum. Riyazat Alisha, and that will bring up his half century.
Olipa, not really any flight, but see how he middles that one from the middle of the bat. And it sails all the way to Shell with KFC and Java House, the neighbors having to watch the flight. Those having their breakfasts in on a Thursday morning are enjoying this beautiful partnership going on. 6 runs to the total for Riyazat Alisha, who races to a very quick half century here. He's got 54 from just 23 balls. And to tell you what, his strike rate is already into the 200 plus. Healthy stuff. 180 is up. And he drags this one short. And it is swallowed. The power is cut off. And there is a celebration from the bowler, Mr. G. They tell him, come on, G. And G drags it short. And Riyazat Alisha doesn't get power. Any power whatsoever behind that shot. As Luwama Conrad completes the catch. And they celebrate with a seal over Cristiano Ronaldo, who was in action yesterday at the World Cup. There is the catch out by Luwama, who just throws the ball back to the bowler. I wish the production crew had given us the celebration from the bowler as well, as he unleashed the seal celebration. No seal for Cristiano Ronaldo, Mike Ondiko is a big fan of Potgun, Cristiano Ronaldo, and you are chasing leather at the World Cup in early days with the big boys scoring for fun. Mbappe was on fire. Messi was on fire. I tell you what, also, Haaland was on fire for Norway. And yesterday, Harry Kane with the brace. The big boys are off on a flyer. But no CR7 in the picture.
Will always come back strong.
Right arm over. Quarter. Hey. Quarter.
It's Dan Keith Amani doing the bit of repair job from the Ginger Road end. And particularly, they will be glad because the partnership was broken with that catch of Conrad Luwama. And Steve Wabose, play of the match on match day number 5. Today he has to give more of a supporting role because top of the batters have already done most of the job.
No!
No ball called Ali by senior umpire Mr. Patrick Makumbi Musoke. And the good thing with calling the no ball Ali, it gives the opportunity to the batter to actually react.
One.
Dan Keith Amani completing his third over, a fair over, because it is just the 5 runs, 6 runs out of it. But Mburo Blasters continue ever edging closer. They are healthily at 11 runs and over, 187 for 3 after 17.
Tokiliza G. Kwata.
It is a wicket time. Gerard Olipo once again the wicket comb. It's Yashasvi Joshi trying to go up and over the inside. Just manages to sit up to that man. He's ever busy Dan Keith Amani. You can see in that replay there, bit of width on offer, doesn't get the most of it, just manages to give Dan Keith Amani practice.
I'd like to put you on the spot, Michael, after watching that delivery and that fall of wicket. Since Riyazat Alisha hit 6 and there was a new ball introduced from the umpire's tent, wickets have been tumbling for the Mburo Blasters. Does it have to do anything with the delivery, with the balls exchanged there?
Well, that's a very interesting scenario. But yes, Riyazat Ali Shah was really losing so many balls out. And the replacement ball wasn't exactly as hard as the previous ones. It could be almost a bit of an advantage to the bowlers.
The new ball coming with a change of fortunes for the bowling team, the Chog Avengers. And that is another one in the air. Who wants that? Easiest of chances. Dan Keith Amani diving sideways on his right. Swallows the effort. David Wawire, a lot of power, action, and big sixes from him yesterday as he scored 2 boundaries and 2 sixes. Falls here without disturbing the scorers. And this call continues to fall over quickly. When you look at the wicket column, there is a Dan Keith Amani completing a nice and easy, steady, low chance. Wawire goes almost for nothing. It's the golden arm of the standing skipper, G, as they like to call him, Gerard Olipa, picking up a 4th wicket in the match.
I tell you, Innocent, suddenly Gerard Olipa might easily get a 5 at this rate. But yes, the ball that he's using is slightly harder, so it's not entirely new, but it's skidding on further and faster to the batters, who are sort of thinking it will be easier to hit it out of the park the way Riyazat Ali Shah was going about the business. So probably Mburo Blasters an opportunity to think about the changes. But it is Edwin Wagaba. He's a coach in the Mukono Cricket Hub, and he would know better how to go about the business in batting. It is a maximum. It is. Stephen Wabose rising to the party as well. He says if the open batters can do it, I too can go for it. Sighting it early, right in the slot, picking it up, sending it to court number 6. Well done to Steve Wabose. Play of the match on match day number 5. He has an opportunity once again to have an impact on this game. And that will close up over number 18. 196 for 5. Mburo Blasters.
He's done Kithamani for the penultimate over. Ah, that's a beautiful strike down the ground. Juma Miyaji, very tame effort. He pays the price for trying to field with half-hearted hands. Straight down the ground. Juma Miyagi had covered enough ground to cut that off, but he will be ruining a missed chance to save his team at certain boundary as the boundary brings up the 200 up. Another 200 in the tournament. We saw one earlier on between the Mburo Blasters when they chased down 221 set by the Wunyonyi Warriors. And that is in the air. Where does it go? Umo, 6 runs. The left-hander is making hay. And he's still on strike only because there was a misfield from Juma Miyaji at the boundary. Wabose, yesterday, what an effort from him. Play of the match. After picking up a couple of wickets there with his golden arm and scoring a quick fire 12. But look at this now. Dan Kithamani is disappeared for 37 without picking up a wicket. In 3.2, his final over is being taken to the cleaners as well. There's already 10 runs from the first 2 balls, and it could get from bad to worse. Again, down the ground. This time round, there won't be a boundary. Robert Owele with a good fielding.
Surely the Mburo Blasters, living up to their name, they know how to blast that ball. Easily the team with the most maximums, most sixes. And today, they are really focused on getting a very good total up. It's amazing at the toss, Innocent, that Captain Riyazat Alisha told me he would still also have love to bowl fast, being a new strip. But as well, I think subconsciously he meant also batting, because they are really batting quite well. And they've treated the game all through the overs. They've gone about 10 to 11 runs and over.
No!
Again, no ball called early by Mr. Patrick Makumbi. And he calls it early and loud for the batter to react. It's a single picked up by Steve Wabose. And so that gives an opportunity to the field to be adjusted since it's a left and right combination. But also because the run is completed, there is an opportunity to adjust the field according to the laws with that no ball and free hit opportunity. And Nuagabatu says, I can send it across all the way.
There are the beautiful sights and sounds of the special social amenities around Lugogo. You can see them, you love them. Oh, looking nice. 6 runs there from Edwin Wagaba. The Elite League has left the Cricket Uganda Procurement Department in a spot of bother. Full throttle down the ground. They call for 2. They won't take 2 because of Bele grabbed it first time. End of the penultimate over here, and the score is healthy. We are bound to see the biggest total in the tournament. Previous highest was the successful run chase of the Mburo Blasters when they chased down 221, reaching 222 in quick time. 16 overs, they were home safe and dry because of Riyazat Alisha's blazing, scintillating on the door.
I tell you, sighting it early, once again, dragging across mid-wicket. Many a time people have thought that he was in the shadows of his elder brother, Arinaitwe Zephania. But this young man can also hit the sixes, Edwin Nwagaba. And today is his day. In the outfit of the Mburo Blasters, he is sending another mate, Gerald Olipa, to the cleaners. And this time it is up in the air. Once again, it is a catch by Dan Keith Amani, having quite a field day. But guess what, Innocent? It's a fifer for Gerald Olipa. Suddenly out of the shadows, he's emerging.
There will be no love lost between the ball and the batter. Yes, a fiver for Olipa, but a fiver when your team goes for 200 is a fiver that not many people will remember. Because look at his figures, 5 for 46. He's about to raise the ball because the half century is looming. If Branasava can get one over the 2 deliveries left in this innings to the boundary fence. Now, final ball coming up. Does Olipa wrestle the initiative back and doesn't go for 50? But the dust down the wicket from the 2 batters. Asava there getting the boundary, and there is no hiding place. Lugogo is a small ground, and the Mburo Blasters have reminded everyone of how small it is. That is hit down past the umpire, who goes taking evasive action. Patrick Makumi Muzoke hit by a ball just the other day. And as races down the boundary, Asaba off the mark. 4 from 2 is the end of the innings. And I tell you what, Olipa has gone for 50 in his 4. So the half century is on. And these are the bowling figures. 5 for 50 for Gerard Olipa. Farid Juma, the debutant, 1 for 38 in his 3. Agamire Sean, none for 21 in his 2. And it is the Mburo Blasters that get 234 in the allotted 20 overs, moving at a run rate of 11.7. Only 7 extras given away by the Choga Avengers in the innings. And the batting, look at Musemeza. He took a liking to the bowling early on. 75 from 40. Riyazat Alisha, he batted like he was in a hurry with an appointment with the president of Uganda, scoring 54 from 24. And Fadi Mutagana early on laid the platform with a beautiful little cameo of 37 from 27. It's been all about business for the Mburo Blasters as they coasted to 234. We take a short break. When we come back, the Choga Avengers will need 235, a stiff chase, and they must score at 11.75 per over. The umpires are walking back in the middle, and as they trudge on, the two batters are also trotting onto the playing surface, and there they are in your frame. The men charged to do with the job. They must get off on a flyer. In your frame, you can see Conrad Ruwama and Cyrus Kakuru promoted today to open the innings. And the sun, for the first time this morning, oh yes, it's still morning, pierces through the clouds. The men in lime green have one mission, one job, and the job is to chase down a stiff target, the highest of the elite league. They need 235 for victory at a slightly gettable rate of 11.75. Let's see how this plays out. Good morning, Michael. What do you make of the first innings?
Good morning, Innocent. Indeed, what a display. They are not just the Mburo Blasters, but indeed they've lived up to their name. 234 posted was a very imposing total. And today, Ronald Lutaya, rather being asked to just take a few positions down, he's been opening the batting. But that man in the image, Cyrus Kakuru, opening the batting for the Under-19 in the 2021 campaign that resulted in the team making it to the World Cup under the tutelage coach Ivan Tawitamwera together with Robinson Turinawe. So he's been there, he's done the opening batting before, and today the role is for him to come through. He's known for his hard hitting, and that's exactly what the Choga Avengers will want and would hope he can do. David Wabwire, another mainstay through the Under-19 ranks to the senior team. Starting off with a beamer. It's all heated up here. That ball must have slipped out of his hands. Never a good sight. Because in cricket, unlike baseball, that ball is expected, or at least the bowlers are requested to always pitch that ball because it is off the surface that the expectation of play is hoped to have.
The doctor, not what the doctor ordered for. Wawire with the beamer, and Kakuru gets out of trouble. Here's the free hit now to Kakuru Cyrus. I beg your pardon, that's the beamer. It was a replay, but was played in real-time action. Big swing, and that is missed by the keeper. The keeper is a man down. Hopefully all is good. Charles Musemeza is the keeper. He top scored with 75, and now he's back to do some keeping duties. Looks like he's in some sort of discomfort. After his batting innings, he went and visited the tournament physio, who is also the doctor of the cricket cranes. The Prince, Joko Ndaula Japheth. Did you know his other name was Ndaula?
I only knew about Juko, but he's a hard-working prince.
Gone are the days, Michael, when princes would just sit back in the palace, cool off, order around the maids, and get served for reality. But Joko Ndaula Japheth, the physio of the tournament, the physio of the cricket cranes, is a hard-working prince.
I couldn't agree anymore. I've seen him running and oscillating between the dugouts and his workstation, where he always has a number of patients waiting on him.
David Wawire set off wrongly. There is the man we're talking about, the Prince. He will get a chance to look at him as look at that bumper ball again. You can see him is taking the premier left arm orthodox spinner of the cricket cranes, who's been doing it for more than 10 years through his paces. He's been injured. He was a man down. He's not played in this elite league for his franchise, but he's been around. So he's taking him through his paces for the day, because these are the big players for the team, and the team is going for a heavy schedule, back-to-back internationals. The doctor doing well after the two balls that were up front and looked like they could be hit to the boundary. The beamer going unpunished. The no ball was right on the money. And see what he's done. The one wide and the one run off the first legal delivery, and it's been dot balls throughout. Final ball loading for the over. This could be a very good way to set the pace in the chess.
Yeah, it's been clinical stuff from David Wawire, Dr. David Wawire. Continuing to ask the questions. And this time that goes to the gloves of Lubuama. And again, that man already running into the middle. He can't get enough flowers, I tell you. Jukondaula Japheth. Trying to look at that arm just about the shoulder area. I beg your pardon, the elbows. The right elbow of Lubuama. Conrad. And he's still going. He's a tough lad. The end of the over brought up only just the two of us for the Chog Avengers. First over gone. No wicket. It is Sowobi Yunus. He's been up and about opening the bowling for the Mburo Blasters. This time he's coming from the Ginger Road end. He's been known to come from the Shell end, his preferred side. Having a bit of a tumble of that fast ball, but fortunately that ball was straight. It did not hit his person. And the stumps also helped with the fielding. What a delivery. Yunus Sowobi at his best. He's looking at Conrad and saying, yes, yesterday you may have gotten off to a flyer against the Bunyonyi Warriors, especially with Choto, the man, Cosmas Chewuta bowling. Got a very good cut shot all the way for a maximum. But I will ask of the questions. I'll use the seam. I'll use the new ball. I'll swing it, and very good movement, control, and skill from Yunus Sowobi.
Is in the air. Who wants that? Somebody is underneath it. Can they hold on dearly? Yes. It's a superb effort. And look at the celebration from Brian Asaba. He says, did you ever doubt me? Don't yell at me again. That catch it, catch it. No, I can see I will catch it. Well, it was swiveling in the air. It almost drifted further away from him. But Brian Asaba holds on dearly to a high catch. This is more than catching practice. And as he completes it, he falls down for full control and balance.
It may have looked easy, but I tell you it took a lot of running and judgment to stay under that ball and stay in good control. Very well completed by the young man hailing all the way from that Nyakasura hub, Western region. He's now at the national stage And within the setup, high performance setup, all these players are always knocking and asking for an opportunity to represent their country. And with that particular dismissal, the captain of the day, Gerald Olipa, will walk in to join Cyrus Kakuru. Certainly the Chog Avengers feeling a bit of pressure because they want to chase down the 235 to win. And that is the kind of pressure being transferred back because Gerald Olipa already gets one bounce for 4 through the cow corner mid-wicket region. Picking up early on the length, full stretching of the arms, swing, and make sure he makes good contact. And that ball almost going for a maximum. Brian Asaba just adjusting himself within the mid-wicket to cow corner region halfway. Again, young Olipa Gerald wanting to go for a maximum. But it is Edwin Nwagaba running in from long on, picking that up within the 30-yard for another comfortable catch of Yunus Sowabi's bowling. And Gerald Olipa perishing to that effort, trying to get closer and closer to that asking rate, which has now shifted up further to 12.55. Again, dropping it short, but this time it's closer to Gerald. Little room for maneuver, and he's cramped for space. Just manages to get top edge of that ball off his bat. It stays up in the air. And Edwin Nwagaba running in very fast, completes a very athletic catch.
The wickets are tumbling in quick succession. Cyrus Kakuru left alone out there in the middle as the partners come and go. Conrad Rubwama tried to go helter-skelter. Same notion taken by captain of the day, Gerard Olipa, who is captain a few of the outings here for the Chog Avengers, the log leaders. And he's fallen in the early days of his inning. And it's a big wicket. You could hear the screams of relief from the little celebrations of the Mburo Blasters, who know that the job is not yet done, but by doing this, they are putting on the pressure. And the show is free of charge for them because all they want is the W. And once in the bag, they will know they are breathing down the necks of the log leaders who were running away after 5 match days. Yesterday, they lost their first game after failing to chase down 136 set by the Bunyonyi Warriors, who have also been looking for form, having won the opening day, having won on the opening day and the opening game of the tournament, where they bowled out their rivals on the day for 116 runs, which they went on to chase down by 5 wickets and 21 balls to spare. So back in winning momentum for the Mburo Blasters is what they want, and they was back in winning momentum for the Bunyonyi Warriors, who scored 136 and got the Avengers, the Choga Avengers, all out for 101. It was comical as the wicket took a lot of turn in the evening, a lot of patches, and the young man Adam Kasim was simply unplayable with the fiver that was very economical, with Joseph Baguma also bowling with a new different bowling action and getting to squeeze and be miserly even though he didn't pick up the wickets. It was a beautiful day 6, but day 7 could even get better as the Avengers lose 2 back-to-back after winning 5 in a row. What a storyline that would be. Box office stuff.
Off the feet pads of Kakuru Cyrus. They'll gladly take those 2 leg byes. And I tell you, it's been Ronald Lutaya not having the best of outings as an opening batter, so today he drops 2 places down, but he still finds himself out in the middle by the third over. As a matter of fact, second over, he's already back into the fray and still almost playing like an opening batter. Cyrus Kakuru yet to find his bearings. Suddenly he was sent in by the Chog Avengers for his aggressive play. And they would hope that he can be able to replicate his form of a couple of years ago as an aggressive top-order batter.
Chance in the air. It is spilled. Unfortunately, it is spilled and spilled by the unlikeliest of them all because he's a very good fielder, Brighton Muganzi. Hopefully he makes up for that when he comes bowling.
Yeah, surprise. There's a bit of hesitation. Yes, he wanted to hook that all the way, but just skies it. However, that hesitation to start moving and also to see whether it was David Wawere to go for a cotton ball or allow that onto the short mid-wicket, and that cost them that catch. Again, delving down the leg. David Wawere gives away another extra. It's still tentative. The Mburo Blasters feel that it's in the air, that eerie feeling that they are just about to break through and try to put the Chog Avengers under the pump and the pressure of the wicket storm always tumbling. Yet at the same time, they know that some boundaries could start flowing. Another one onto the pads of Cyrus Kakuru. And they are still just able to pick up a single. Cyrus Kakuru, they are motioning and getting into a place and a position, try and hit the maximums. Much needed because this is already the third play. It is just 11 runs on, 12 runs at the moment. And they've already lost 2 wickets in this period of power play. Ronald Lutaya will just face his first one from David Wawere. You would wonder if the young man can just find that particular zone, that place where once again he enjoys his batting. Because he seems to always, in his body language, in his approach, he seems to always be having one too many thoughts. And that kind of crowding out in the mind can affect the fluency of a batter, especially in the top order, where you have only a chance of that moving ball or that quick ball that will come through to you. Again, into his pads. He misses it completely. Normally he would dispatch that through the mid-wicket region or even onto square leg. But sort of trying to glide that down the leg. Misses it completely. Will bring up to the end of the over. The Chog Avengers 11 for 2 after 3 overs. Yunus Sowabi with a very successful first over. Just a 5 runs in that first over. But picking up those very critical and crucial wickets in that over of both Conrad Lubwama, an explosive player, and the captain, Gerald Olipa. This time it's middle. Not completely, but at least it's a single that Kakuru Cyrus will be glad to rotate the strike. Left and right combinations always preferred by any batting unit because it maintains and sustains the pressure upon the fielding side. And this time Ronaldo Taya just able to hit that aerial, but safe because it's not intentionally hit all the way for a maximum, but just over the infield. And then Bro Blasters are just in that pensive mode. They look to want to just break away and just go into this match, having had a very successful batting innings. And this time, finally, Cyrus Kakuru finding his fast boundary past the captain in Riyazat Alisher. He clipped that off his pads down through behind square leg. Certainly there is a need to engage in the run chase, but also the Choga Avengers will know they are better off just pacing themselves into the innings as opposing to try and copy what Mbro Blasters were going about.
Cyrus Kakuru not needing any sighters now after getting the first boundary. He gets a boundary and makes that 2 in a row. Taking a liking to Yunus Owobi's bowling. Just the one bounce as runs all the way to mid-wicket, beating the fielder who's trying to run in and cover from the cow corner area. They need runs here. Already the required rate is 13 per over. It's a stiff chase. The Avengers will need a miracle to pull off this haste, and no one is writing them off. The onus is in their hands to deliver.
As you mentioned earlier, indeed, sport is such a leveler. Earlier on, it was the opportunity for the Mbro Blasters, blasting all the way to 234. Now the chance for the Choga Avengers. Can they replicate it?
And sitting the covers. Yashavji Joshi is the fielder patrolling that area, and he cleans up nicely.
It is the 21 for 2 Choga Avengers after 4 overs. 22 for 2 after 4 overs, Choga Avengers. Cyrus Kakuru is the man that will keep going. Very well. Pulled out of the air, almost like a hook from Cyrus Kakuru. Sort of a swat shot there. He will have to swat every fly in the air, making sure that he gets a couple of boundaries in every over. It was dropped short by David Wabwire. Certainly the Chog Avengers power play, not even halfway the way the Mburo Blasters went about their power play. Cyrus Kakuro, another chance. Just manages to glove that, almost glove and bat in between. Didn't get into the middle. Picks up a single. Because the Mburo Blasters were about 82 in their power play. And right now, the Choga Avengers just short of 30 with an over and a half left in the power play.
Would be foolhardy to ask you such a question, but do you think they can get there?
Well, Ronald Lutaya is one who can hit that ball, but again, I would understand the dynamics. He's been trying to get back into his form. So most likely he'll look to bat longer. Will take less risks. So no, definitely, even with Cyrus Kakuru vintage, they don't have the sixes left in them in the next 8 balls to get there.
This is big, this is huge, this is flat. This has traveled in quick time to the boundary. Cyrus Kakuru takes the mantle and he says he wants to take on the job and take on the bowling over the Mburo Blasters, who blasted their way 234, and now he's also blasting away early on in his innings. That's a fast 6 for him, a good over for him. 12 runs is milked from it thus far, and he's moved quickly to 23 from 16. He likes the bowling of David Wawire. Wawire, fine, fast over, went for 2 runs. Final ball from David now. The catch short. It will travel all the way to the boundary. Wants to not make the man running in to cover. So Obi couldn't do much as this wrestled to the boundary. There were shouts of catch him. He was not going to catch or stop anything. Just rattling the advertising board of one of Cricket Uganda is our biggest and primary partners.
Well, Cyrus Kakuru seemed to have had us talking about the sixes needed to get closer to that 80 mark. But with that additional 16 in that over, it brings up the end to the 5th. It is 38 for 2.
Let him go.
Picture squeeze sides there. Aerial sides of Lugogo, Kampala, and with the business, central business district in the background. It's a cool, calm, sunny Thursday. The place to be is Lugogo. In case you're wondering where you can find some entertainment, I tell you, it's flying sixes and rolling fours here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. And right now, with the Yoshi Yashasvi coming in, Ronald Lutaya may just think this is a shorter end in his favor, the onside. Will he go for the maximums too? Instead, he opts for the classic cover drive all the way through the extra cover region on the ground. Creams that all through. Boundary fast off the bowling of Yashvi Joshi. Pressure on, because getting a boundary off the fast ball will mean that he's always chasing the over. Very intelligent batting. Ronald Lutaya picking up a single to follow up. Clearly a bit with a plan today, looking to bat longer and hopefully get to the very end. Whether he'll carry his side through, that's another question. But he's taking more responsibility today, young Ronald Lutaya, popularly known as Luta Fire in these circles. He needs to fire up the Chog Avengers. Looks like Kakuru Cyrus is in the mode. He's already scored a couple of boundaries, maximum. He doesn't need any sighters. To Joshi Ashasvi's bowling.
Yes, get it.
Swinging and swinging hard. It's all happening. It's the Chog Avengers versus Mburo Blasters. First game of the day, match day number 7. In this first fixture of the morning, earlier on we saw Mburo Blasters with that imposing total. And that is Ronaldo Taya. He's always been warning, the writing has been on the wall. Maximum.
That's the idea from Chog Avengers. They need to do this consistently. And yes, rightfully said, if you're a national team player like Ronald Taya, this is a very good day to put up your hand and get counted. 50 comes up in quick time. The half century up. 2 wickets are gone. Those 2 wickets fell without them scoring any runs. Ruama Conrad and the day's captain, Gerard Olipa. Bata Kakuru finding his groove there. 28 now and retire on 13. 50 for 2 after 6. Here's Brighton Muganzi. He had a chance to snap up a catch, the third, and see what he starts with. Oh no! Someone is caught flat-footed at fly point. And that went past him for 4. I don't know what he was thinking. It looked like to hang in the air for some good time, and the catch could have been snapped, but he didn't read the flight early enough. Hit down to the sweeper. Just the 1 run. Brighton Muganzi welcomed into the attack after getting a pat on the back from his keeper, Rezat Alisha. They continue talking and discussing and seeing what can be done better on the day. And this is what happens. Couple of changes is ringing the changes in the field, asking Wawose to move a bit round. But this one here is pummeled down into the tennis courts. The left-hander taking a liking to the bowling of Brighton Muganzi. His leg won't hurt even a fly, because as he bowls it on the leg stump, it continues to go further away from the left-hander into the leg side. So the left-hander just obliges and helps it along nicely.
Yeah, this is actually to the advantage of Ronald Tye. It may be the longer end, but that lad is strong. He can hit it out of any park.
Full toss. Where does he hit it? Another boundary that was asking to be the hit. And forgive my French, they say when you see the rubbish, you hit the rubbish.
Yeah, low full toss was always being asked to hit. Even the fielder couldn't help out.
Left-hander continuing to size down his mate. And this is a fine athletic stop from the boundary. Bran Asava does very well to run in and chip in that slide. 16 runs from the over. He will need some love here. Brighton Muganzi But he's a young man with a big heart. Already picked up a player of match award for a fiver he picked just the other day on Sunday.
Let's go.
He actually didn't pick up a fiver. He just bought a very tight spell, 2 for 11 in his 4 overs. That was the difference between them and victory. As they played a beautiful afternoon game on Sunday. End of the over. The over has been fruitful. And for the first time in the game, the required run rate moves from 13.25 with the scoreboard reading 68 for 2 after 7. The Choga Avengers need just 12.86.
Very healthy over for the Choga Avengers, the previous over. Going for a whole 18. Brighton Muganzi will know better that he needs to come back strong if he's entrusted with the responsibility of bowling again to try and defend down the score. But Yashasvi Joshi will he do the cleanup job? It is a very good strike once again. Ronald Luta fire is beginning to warm up, is beginning to get hot. Sides that early, little shimmy, giving himself room, staying leg side of that ball, and send it to the screen, the safest place you want to hit that ball. Again, giving himself room, but this time he's observed, he's sighted early by Yashasvi Joshi, who follows him, and the result is just a single. Suddenly in the run chase, there is a bit of impetus from the Choga Avengers. This partnership right now beginning to build up nicely.
Kakuru has been very quiet at the other end. But guess what? He's already into his 30s. Lotaya taking over the hitting for the past couple of balls and is striking it at 200 plus. Denying it any pace there. Joshi is reading the game, he's minding the game, and he's showing a lot of awareness, and that's how the way to play. That's the way to play. Don't just come here and go through emotions because you've got to play. Otherwise, you'll be hit all over the park. This is crammed in the covers by Cyrus Kakuru. Joshi, a guilty party over pitching up. And what Kakuru does, he leans into it and he says, I'll give this one all my might. And once it beat the first fielder in the 30-yard, there was no stopping it. Again, this is hitting the gap. This will come all the way to the dugout. And I tell you what, it's under the Nike of the commentator. There is the delivery in his full throw. In the gap, he finds the gap and it races all the way to the commentator's box. Slapped through the covers there with precision. Cyrus Kakuru now moves into the 40s, 44. Lutai on 30. I tell you what, they are doing exactly what they need. Needing 12.8 per over in this particular over. They don't just get 12, they get 15 runs. Yashavji's 2 overs have disappeared for 27. And the message from their everyday skipper, Juma Miyagi, says, guys, mwabaliyo mwe mumanyi. Quickly translated as, it's all about you. You're doing fine. You decide whether you want to take us home or you want to leave us pondering what could have been. There is Kampala. No dull moment in this city. A city of 7 hills. Maybe there are more lately, but 7 back in the day. And there is a famous run after those hills called the Kampala House Harriers 7 Hills Run. sponsored one of the biggest banks that do partner Cricket Uganda. For those, say, veteran games, call them the legendary games. I want to mention the bank's name. They haven't given us any penny for this one. Riyazat Ali Shah will have a ball.
Yes, yes.
He leans into that one there, lefty Lutaya. And is quickly off the mark. The right hand, left hand combination doing the job for the Chok Avengers here as they try to remain into the conversation for chasing down the highest score in the tournament. Bunyonyi Warriors will be saying, well, we got 221 against you, Mboro Blasters, and you chase it down. Now you can face and dance to the music over the Avengers, and may they chase down your 230. There is a lean into nicely, just leaning back deeper into the crease, and that man, Cyrus Kakuru, brings up the half century in a good time. He's working his way back into good form, and I tell you what, the selectors are watching, and they'll be putting pressure on his fellow keeper batter, Fred Achela. He deposits this one to the bunkers over Copper Chimney here in Lugogo, and this is the dugout of the men looking nice and clean in lime green. He hooks this one the other way. Is that a chance for a catch? Somebody running underneath it. Almost flew over his head there. He's a very lucky fellow, Yunus Obi. He ran in. It was a stop-start affair for him, and he almost left himself with a lot of ground to cover. 90 up here in Lugogo. Cyrus Kakuru is amongst the runs, and I tell you what, he's on 170 runs now. Number 4 on the log, just 11 runs behind Robinson Obuya of Bunyonyi Warriors. With the Riyazat Alisha on 275 and Charlie Musemeza on 314 being the top batter thus far. Wide is the call, and they'll take this wide because an extra delivery looms.
Wait. Yes.
Riyazat Alisha, final ball of the over. This is a hit. Nobody move, nobody get hurt. The two fielders were bisected. Fahad Mutagana could only look on and look away. And his mate at cow corner, Steve Wawose, could only glance at Fahad to see if he was going to put in an effort. But nobody moved and nobody will get hurt. What an over for the Chok Avengers. They get forward at the very end. There was a big 6 right up front, and there was a wide. So that over has been milked for not only 10 runs, but 14 to the total.
Yeah, it's there.
97 for 2. We are enjoying a good time here in the Combs box because we've been privileged for the last 6 days, now match day number 7, to be sitting in the VIP seat and tell the beautiful stories of this elite league named after the Great Lakes of Uganda: Bunyonyi, Mburo, Victoria, and Choga. Who will reign at the end of the day? This is the battle of the log leaders, and this is the final round on match day number 7. This is the last time they will play each other in this tournament. Whoever wins now here will think they have rode the worst of the storm and they will steer clear of everyone chasing.
I tell you, with Steve Wabose having been the player of the match day number 4, probably the roll of the die from his captain Riazat Ali Shah saying, can you come and pull this back? Because for the last couple of overs consistently, the Choga Avengers have been going above 10 and over. And suddenly, that asking rate of 12.5 is no longer out of reach. As my co-commentator has called it, easily 12.5.
Steve Wawose is on the ball 6 overs here, and his best figures are 3 for 23. The only time he bowled, he will be looking to do better. He picked up 3 for 24, and the next time he bowled, he didn't pick up any wickets, but he was miserly. His 3 overs went for 20 runs. So he's been moving at an economy of 17.17. He will look to improve his strike rate. And it's a wicket time. And guess who is sent parking? The golden left arm of Steve Wawose wreaks havoc into the batting lineup. From one left-hander to another. Steve Wabose leaves Ronald Taya thinking on 99. Wicket. There's Wabose.
That team had a very, very telling, because suddenly that partnership was a threat and they needed to break out that partnership. And Steve Wabose, again, the go-to man. He delivers, because Ronald Utaya, dangerous as he was ably backed up by Cyrus Kakuru, who's already reached his 50 runs, half century. He will get some bit of attention.
That's the replay for you there. Ronald Utaya yoking himself and sent parking. He wishes he could have done better because Wabose is a part-timer. But it's proved hard to tackle. Give him 4 wickets now. He jumps from number 24 position to number 19 on the log for the leading wicket takers of the tournament with that wicket.
That young man, Willie Robert, popularly known as Obere by his mates, he can also hit that ball and hit it far. So the partnership that will probably be, if it happens.
See down the ground. There's a little fumble from Edwin Wagaba. The 100 does come up here in quick time. Not very quick as I would have loved, but they get it for just a loss of 3 wickets. And many a time they say you can triple that in a T20 if you have resources in hand. But with the line, Wabose's bowling, got to be a very good batsman who can use the full face of the bat and play more shots on the offside. Because bowling it Yorker length outside off stump. This is screamed down the line again. One is the call, and one it will be because Fadim Dagana is a very good fielder. Tight over, the tightest thus far in the game. Not the tightest, but one of the tight ones because the first over ball by the Dr. Wabwire went for just 2 runs. This one is the tightest in my thinking because it has a wicket and a crucial wicket of Ultaya. And because it's gone for 4 runs. End of the over, and at the halfway stage, the Choga Avengers have 101 for 3. As you look at Lugogo bypass, a famous route for any upcoming athlete. They have made and earned and sorted it out kilometers on that road as they do a certain little cardio that the cricketers love to call Beijing. Brighton Muganzi is back and he's drilled down the ground. That ball beats the fielder, and guess who the fielder is? Mr. Nwagaba Edwin is a guilty party.
It's unfortunate to get a wicket bounce just in front of him. But that ball is firmly hit by Kakuru Cyrus.
Over the bowler now. Cries of catch him. Nothing will be called. Because Olipa Gerard, a batsman in his heyday, and primary batsman is leading the wicket charts with 13. Adam Kasim, the entertainer, with 10. Baidu Ivan with 8. Tied with Pius Oloka and Hamid Munigon 8, as well as Richard Agamire. Dan Keith Amani, Jonathan Kiza with 7. Munil Ishmael, Christopher Kidega, and Jonathan Giro with 6. Those are the top 10 for you. Crammed through the covers. Oh yes, back-to-back fumbles in the field, and the Butterfingers give a gift to the Choga Avengers, who desires many boundaries like that.
Brighton Muganzi gain width on offer. That ball is turning away. Hit hard by Owili Robert. Sort of an athletic attempt. And this time, Captain Riazat Alisha says, "Let me help you, mate."
No, he doesn't say it that way. He says, "Enough is enough. Please take a walk." Good. This is straight. And once it came off the bat, everyone knew the result. But what a clean striker of the ball that young man is in Robert Owili Obere. He's been watching from the other end, and once he got on strike, he says, "I will announce my arrival with one of the textbook shots in the cricketing book." Coach's delight. Mike Ondiko, you can assure us about that.
Absolutely. Anything behind the bowler, that is what you want to see from your batters. Comfortable hits. And also, crucially, safest zone to hit. You get a vertical bat and you have more of chances of actually making connection, as Willie Robert has just done. Every coach's recommendation, indeed. Muganzi Brighton wouldn't be so happy because the first couple of boundaries, not so much of his fault, but it's now pressure on.
Yes, 15 so far for him in the over. Oh, where he goes now. That is very expensive from Brighton Muganzi, giving Obele a bloke who is very strong, and his stance, and once he throws the kitchen sink and everything in the kitchen at it, the result was known. Another boundary. 19 so far in the over. Look at the figures for young Brighton Muganzi. He's disappeared for 37 in just 11 balls. He continues to make the opposition, who are the Choga Avengers, believing. This is huge. This is big. They called him their customer, and that one has hit copper chimney. I hope the guns eating a late breakfast or an early lunch are safe. But But this is huge from the block called Obele Robert. 6 to the total. It's all happening.
Happy dugout. Choga Avengers clapping, excited, feeling they got this. There is a possibility of chasing down, especially now with just 109 required from 54 balls. It is 126 for 3 after 11 overs. Choga Avengers.
Dev.
Right on Muganzi has gone for 20 plus runs in the over. 25 to be exact. And Wabos has given the ball. He's the man they should be worried about. He picked up a wicket in the last over. But it's an over everyone needed if you do belong to the Choga Avengers. The run rate remains at 12.11. Just moves the third shot. After scoring 25 in one over, I thought it would be better. But just moved from 12.85 to 12.11. It tells you of the long order, the tall order that this chase is. 9 overs left in this one. Remove 1 ball. Make that 62 balls left. Hit to the sweeper in the cover, so this will be 1. So Obi Yunus, I beg your pardon, not 52, 62, it is 53. Now make that 52 balls left. 108 required from 52. They need to score at least 2.5 runs every ball now here to be safe. The Choga Avengers.
I tell you, Innocent, with that already 21 of just 5 balls for Willie Robert.
This is hit straight down the ground. Again, there is a sweeper. Steve Wawose doing very well for them. He's bowling some really very good darts. Wawose. It was a darts bowler. Will be getting 50s, 25s, and bullseye, getting it in the black, in the middle, in the red, and in the blue for 50. So everyone is happy with this over. They say it's okay, Steve can do what he's doing. We'll wait and take on the rest. And look at all the advertising boards of the sponsors. The alphabet. It rushes onto him. Unable to get many. Or weary with the fielding. Boro Blasters. I don't know if their leading bowler today played in Hamid Munigwa. No, not playing today. The man with more wickets. This is hit with a clinical assertion. It's not real carnage. It is the timing that is sweet, and that sweet sound of the bat of a man nicknamed Hooks. Cyrus Kakuru going straight down the ground, and that is the safest place to hit the ball on the ground. What looked like would be a very good over ends up as an over where they score 8 runs, and good enough for the cause.
What a way to come up with a run chase. You do mention Hamid Munigwa, just nursing an injury as well, probably. But very interestingly right now, the Choga Avengers at 134 for 3 are suddenly in with a shout at the end of the 12 overs. Current run rate healthy at 11.17 and asking rate at 12.6 again. Such is the seesaw affair of this run chase. The Choga Avengers will know that they just need to keep going. The partnerships that so far they built up, very healthy, and all they need to do is keep on with that rate. And there is a great opportunity because now it is just the 101 runs left for glory.
Edged and taken. Willie Robert rushed by Riazat Alisha. Good hands from the keeper, Charles Musemeza. Willie Robert looks like one who washed all his linen clean and hung it out in the dirt to dry. Look at him, he was only engaging the gears. 23 from 7 before he sneaked this one. A rapid delivery from Riazat Alisha. Were all taken by Charles Musemeza. End of the day for Obere Robert. And the Bro Blasters will take a breather, a necessary one, because they've snapped up the 4th wicket. 134 for 4 is what they have in 12.1 overs.
Legs down, please.
134 for 4 after 12.1. There is a new man out there in the middle. He's the main captain for the Choke Avengers. He's been handing over the captaincy duties to Gerard Olipa. But we know him as the main captain, the man who calls the big decisions alongside their coach in Derek Bakunze. Off the mark up front, Juma Miyaji gets a low full toss, very heavy on him. Puts it down the line. Juma Miyagi is one of those bowlers. I know as bowlers we love to bat, but he's one of those bowlers who loves to bat. If he was to change a career, he would want to be born again as a batsman.
Well, Uganda's fast bowlers have been known to want to bat, particularly thinking back through the years, the likes of Kenneth Kamyuka, Richard Okia, Simon Soboga, and lately, of course, Cosmas Chewuta Choto. He likes to bat and he sent quite a number of balls all the way flying out of the pitch, as well as to Copper Chimney, interrupting the patrons in the afternoon siesta. And now Juma Miyaji, basically the top order bowlers also like to bat.
This one is pumped. He was begging the umpire for the previous delivery to be called wide. But why be begging on the umpire when you can hit the ball like this? Come on, Cyrus, you can do better, and he does better. And there are the big boys in Copper Chimney making a few big calls, saying we are under attack. There's some missiles coming through, and they're coming from the oval. Yes, very well struck into Copper Chimney. Over the big man's head there. One bounce, and he's the one doing the ball hunting. You can't call him the search party.
Well, indeed, missiles afloat. Beware of those falling objects.
Surely this will be wide. Riazat Alisha trying to steer away from trouble. He's seen that once he gets a little too close to Saras Kakuru, he will be pumped out of the park. Riazat Alisha, of course, among the wicket takers of the tournament. He's picked up 4 wickets. His best bowling figures 2 for 26. And his economy is not very good. He's moving at 11 per over. This one is clipped in the gap for one bounce to the fielder who is sweeping. He hands over the initiative to Juma Miyagi. I would love to see Juma Miyagi play with some sense, because if he plays a long inning, it looks like he's a bowler who can kill you very quickly with the bat.
Actually, he likes referring to himself as an all-rounder. I don't know if that's to his advantage because he's very lethal as a bowler.
Back in the day, one of my coaches, Justin Linjalinji, Tom Tikolo, and William Kamani would say, no, you're a bowler with batting pretensions. More wides on offer. Is that Alisha? I hope they don't fall for the trap where he balls one wide, and down the middle to catch you napping. Simon Subuga was good at that in your playing days, Mike Ndiko.
I don't know if it was intentional or it just happened as a coincidence. But yes, beware of such fast bowlers. And seemingly that's the one that is straighter from Riyazat Alisha. And it will bring a conclusion to another healthy over for the Choga Avengers at 144 for 4 after 13. And that's a full mast flying the Uganda flag at the Mbuya head offices to the defense forces. These two mates in the middle of the Choga Avengers, that is Cyrus Kakuru, and his overall captain Juma Miyaji would like to fly the flag high of their side. As you can see back here in the Lugogo cricket oval. But it looks like Steve Wabose is the only obstacle before them, not allowing any room at the ball to come into their arc for them to swing their arms. And probably they'll need to be more creative. Hopefully probably go under that ball and get to hit it for maximums, or else it will still be the singles that he's only offering them.
Juma Miyagi slaps this one down. Steve Wabose continuing to be the only bowler who looks like he had a different breakfast. And whatever he had, I would love to have some of it, although it's already too late now. Just 9 minutes to 1 p.m. and 1 p.m. in East Africa means lunch time. Delicate and cheeky, but very well stopped by the man. Steve Wabose carrying the team on his shoulders single-handedly here. The Choga Avengers cannot wait to see his back. Again, another single. Steve Wabose continuing with his darts, giving them no room and no chance to swing their arms. Picked as originally a wicket-keeper batter for this team. Steve Wabose is doing the damage instead with the ball. Chance for a catch. Quarter is the call. And Steve Wabose continues to run through this batting lineup of the Choga Avengers like a butter like a knife through hot butter. Celebrates with a little bye-bye. Cyrus Kakuru is the one to depart now. He hold out to Edwin Nuwagaba, who takes it nice and easy on one knee.
Very good proposition right now for the Choga, for the Bro Blasters, asking that could this be just the moment, the turnaround, because Cyrus Kakuru had done a lot of damage to their runs that they had set up, and the run chase was right on course.
Yeah, Kakuru falling there for 77 of 43 balls. 3 sixes and 10 boundaries, a strike rate of 178. He's been the man that has carried the burden to get his team anywhere closer to the 200 run mark and the victory lane. because the other leading run scorer retired, departed early. Also was clean bowled by Steve Wabose. Obele came in and came out for a quick shower. 23 from 8. The 2 boundaries and 2 sixes he scored were entertaining. And now the owners has been left for a whole new pair who are only getting started in their innings. In Juma Miyaji and Ismail Munir.
That asking rate once again chipping up higher. Up from the 12s now into 14. Over 14 and over required. Thanks to that man, Steve Wabose.
He's done the job for his skipper. Tight, parsimonious and economical figures. 2 for 16 in his 3, Steve Wabose. And the score for the Choga Avengers is 148 for 5 after 14 overs. They were at 75 in the runs of 40 balls for Charlton Simmons in the first innings. A half century of 24 balls for Razat Alisha. Steve Wabose finished unbeaten on 20 from 9. And now he's picking up wickets for fun. What do you consider him as one of the guys that line up among the top 3 for the Player of Match award?
Absolutely. Of course, with the bigger scores, the batters seem to be the only ones that capture our attention. But ultimately in the game, you have such bowlers with such an impact, easily swinging the back into the favor of the Mburo Blasters.
He's got figures of 2 for 16. He was the 5th change bowler today. And the latest bowler close to him is Wawire, who is moving at 6.33 per over because Wawose is moving at 5.3. But here is a man who is given a chance to redeem himself after flying 8 per over. Yunus Sowobi starts with a wide. Juma Miyaji goes downtown, and that's a big 6 on those bunkers of Lugogo. The 150 is up. Tell you a small story. Juma Miyaji and Yunus Sowobi are housemates. So I shudder to think what stories they have whenever they come to play on different sides. They have a huge go at each other. Looks like there's a score to settle. Looks like someone doesn't buy enough sugar in the house and lives there. And another one leaves the paying of bills, especially the electricity, the light, and the water to another. Hit down straight to the side screen. Juma Miyagi says, yes, you are my brother, but off the field, not on the field.
I tell you, from that replay, you can see Juma Miyaji almost hitting the daylights out of Yunus Sowobi. Fortunately, evasive action allows for the boundary to be completed. Very good display, emphatic batting, show of character from each of these players, especially Juma Miyaji, who is nursing a bit of niggles. That's why he's not in the bowling ranks the last couple of games. But he wants to consider himself a batter indeed of renown.
Juma Miyagi now plays with the closed blood. I wish he had just given the blade a full face to the delivery. That would have been another boundary into the side screen. But he gets 10 runs up front. He gets a single and there was a wide earlier on. So the over has really gone for 12 runs after the first 3 deliveries. The 160 is up. They'll be thinking, what if we had done this? That's the pain of playing a sportsman. You start ruining missed chances. It's very important that you hold the bull by its horns right from the onset, such that you don't be left regretting. Munir Ismail, straight as a ruler. You will chase, you will never catch up, even in the wildest of your dreams. The boundaries continue to flow.
Good to see on these particular young players taking full responsibility. They may be in the mid-order, but they are willing to put up their hands as batters too and do their job for the team. And Sowobi will get some bit of encouragement and pointers from his captain. It's never an easy job for the bowlers.
It's been a tournament of fireworks, and if you love them in the night, they've been happening in the day here at Lugogo. And it's the cricket that has provided the fireworks. The four franchises in the fray all deserve a salute, a handshake, a hug, and a hats-off moment. Because it's been rounds of applause from everyone watching, and from the high-performance team of Mr. Richard Okia and Jeff Kasozi. They have outdone themselves on this one because the runs have been flowing thick and fast. Chance to run. Bretton Muganzi is your fielder. Look at this tournament. Already 4,000 runs up. But I'll tell you all the stats of this tournament when we start the next over. For now, it's 165 for 5. The Avengers continue to believe they need 14 per over, and that is not out of reach with players like Ismail Munir and Juma Miyaji out there in the middle. They played with each other at the under-19 level, but one skyrocketed into another gear when it comes to career-wise as a cricketer and going into the senior cricket cranes. The other is still pushing. But this tournament, we're into the 13th match now. Touch and go, a chance to run. Wabose bowling his last over. The skipper not saving best for last. He says, let's use the best now and give the other bowlers a chance to work with many runs. When they're under pressure, they will haul out. And here is Wabose, 5 deliveries left. Looks like he wants to employ that bowling action over. We saw Baguma, Joseph Benja unleash yesterday. Little crowd out here. Support their mates. Juma Miyagi goes big downtown. There is no Wagawa. They are requesting and urging Munir to do simply the same like Juma is doing. At least let's get the singles off him. It's all right. 4 balls to go. He's not the most of mystery bowlers they have seen in the world. They surely can tackle him. So he tries to go for an expanse, big booming drive. There is no connection whatsoever. Hitting the sweeper. So we'll be running quickly to cut it off. Helped by the doctor, Dr. David Wawire. Again, hit to the sweeper. It's done very well. Steve Wawose to deal in singles and continue bowling that invisible fourth stump line where it's dipping in on the batters and they can't tuck it off the square. Again, chance to run 1 and make it even 2. Throw is good. Wawose spares the thought and says he won't be hunting. End of his spell, a fine spell from the man called Steve Wawose. 2 for 22. He's done very well, Steve. And what he didn't do with the bat, or what is not done with the bat in this tournament, he keeps doing it with the ball. That's the way to go about business. Required rate is 16 per over because the score now is 171 for 5. They've got wickets in hand, 5 of them, but they need now 16 runs every over. A total of 64 runs is what they need from 24 balls. If you say it is gettable, I do second you and say, please come fetch it. And who to do the job, none other than Juma Miyaji. They need at least 2 boundaries every over from here. Is that Alisha pumping it down? Wish Juma Miyaji had just leaned back and used his long levers to pump him further out of the park.
You just got the words out of my thoughts and mind, indeed, Innocent. Because you see Juma Miyaji, with all his experience playing tennis, he knows how to play that particular cross-court shot. So that swap against across through the mid-wicket region would send that ball, okay, maybe for the fact that he will send it outside of the park. That is the only downside. But definitely to the benefit of the Avengers, they now need to deal in sixes to get home.
With every bowler under some sort of fire, Wabose doing well, and this is hit straight down the ground for a big 6. Everyone in the dugout thanking Ismail Munir, saying, yes, this is more like it. Lugogo has been unforgiving to everyone who strays in line. A haven full of runs, like I said.
You know, at the toss, there was a bit of concerns about the new strip and wondering how it would play. Both captains wanting to ball fast, but certainly after the sun baking a bit, justification has been given. Lugogo is indeed a runs haven.
Yeah, 4,084 runs already, maybe 4,000 runs say in the tournament already. You divide that by 13 games, you get an average of 300. So it means the runs have been coming at least 150 runs every innings. And that tells you that the batsmen have been scoring at 7.5 every over. And this has been clearly a batsman's tournament and a batsman's tournament and a batsman's tournament.
Riyazat Alisha knows something about attacking the ball, and he'll reverse that thought process against Munir.
Munir goes now, chance for a catch. Yes, the catch is taken. That wasn't very well muscled from Munir. Asaba is a good boundary rider. Munir will take a walk because he ran out of gas before reaching the gas stop. See, good elevation, no distance whatsoever.
You always feel like he didn't get the full reach of that ball. He seemed to move leg side of that ball much more. And as a result, that got the bottom of the bat, not in the middle, and therefore not the perfect hit that he would have loved for a maximum. He has to walk back and allow for Dan Keith Amani. He's been known to also swing his blade well, make good connection. However, today he's facing Captain Riyazat Ali Shah in the death overs, who knows exactly what it is required of him and what's at stake, because it's only 57 runs from those 19 balls available. It's now a time only for maximums.
178 for 6. The wickets are tumbling, but here's Jankith Amani. Was that Alisha? A superb over from him. There was a 6 in it, but with the required rate is 16, he gives out 7 runs. And this required run rate now skyrockets from 16 to 19 because the Choke Avengers are on 178 for 6 and they require another 57 from just 18 deliveries.
I'll be coming right up, okay?
What a shot in the zone that has traveled all the way. Hopefully the people walking at the other side of the road in Ginger Road there are not in trouble. It's a clean hit. Wawire reintroduced into the attack. He pitches up and he falls into the axle. Miyagi swinging from outside off stump to the onside. It's a big 6. We're talking about how much is enough on such a ground like Lugogo. And clearly, 200 has never been safe.
You need anywhere in the regions of 250, 240 at least.
Edged. That will go flying. Wabose comes back and it's his pace that is working to the advantage of the Choke Avengers. Beg your pardon, not Wabose, Wawire. Wabose is the spinner who was tied with 2 for 22 in his 4. Here Wawire hit for 6 and now 10. And look at how the score is moving very quickly. The beauty about cricket is the required rate can be 20, but if someone scores 10 balls off 2 deliveries, it comes down in a rush. It's now moved to 17.62. They're ringing the changes. There is the coach of one of the teams here. Victoria Strikers, Jonathan Sebanja right there in your frame. Juma Miaji again throwing the kitchen sink and everything in the kitchen at that one. He says, wherever you'll bowl, I'll find you. You can run, but you can't hide.
I think what I find a bit of lack of initiative on the part of David Wawire. He needs to employ the variations at the moment. Yes, the Yorker is the go-to ball, but if you miss your length at any point, that ball will be sent out of the park, whether full toss or within the arc. So why not go for some of the variations? Maybe pace off. Let Juma Miyaji work. Don't give him the pace to work with.
A couple of Victoria Pulse Internationals walking through there in your frame. As Juma Miyagi now goes downtown, the chase is on. Does this parry it in? No, yes, they do very well. Juma Miyagi doesn't take any run. I wish he had taken two. Munir can bat. I beg your pardon, Dan Keith Amani can bat. The coach decides to speak to him in a language he understands better, Swahili. Derek Bakun saying, there is no problem with your decision, but please back up yourself and trust your partner. Because now those are two dot balls. It is wide. It's very wide. I was going to fault Juma Miyagi for not having tried to take one the previous over, because if you had taken one, there's also the chance for two if you had run quickly. But I know he's a man who's playing on a reserve energies with that stiff thigh that he overstretched as he bowled yesterday.
Absolutely. Would give him a bit of some leeway for that reason.
42 more required. How many more can they get in this over? Chance for a catch. He gets one. And he will stay on strike. He can't take two, Juma, now. Surely. 194. They continue to believe.
Juma Miyaji holding his shoulder. You wonder whether that swinging of a bat, you know, normally as a bat, I'd say you'd rather not swing than swing and a miss, because you almost may get your shoulder dislocated for the effort.
End of the over, and there they are, the Victoria Pulse Internationals. Proskovia Lako, one who loves to hit the ball cleanly. Engineer Abdallah Muhammad, captain of the baby Victoria Pulse. End of the over, 194 for 6 after 18.
Getting some attention from Ores, the available on duty. Prince, Japheth, Juko, Ndaula. And that's very good to see that at least the players are always being taken care of. Their health and safety is of great concern, and it is always in the full attention and interest of the Cricket Uganda ranks and the setup, because these players, with all the workload they have before them, you have also to consider their health and safety. And very well done there. Thanks to Juko Javeth. Looks like he needs a couple of assistants at this rate.
.41 required from 2 overs. Mr. Michael Grace Ndiko, a man full of grace. Which side would you rather be on? The bowling side or the batting side?
I tell you, I would naturally be biased towards batting, because this has gotten too close for comfort, and I can't say anymore that I would rather sit on the fence. But I still see the Mburo Blasters having a chance as a bowling side, because all they need is just a couple of dot balls to bring up the pressure onto the batters and therefore open up an opportunity for wickets. That's all they would need.
Final over for Riyazat Ali Shah, and he starts with a wide. His figures are 2 for 32. That is smoked. Wherever you want it, on any ground in the world, that will be 6. The balls continue to depreciate from the umpire's bag here. Juma Miyagi. What a powerful hit there. He gets into 38 now. Charles Msemeza just pats him on the back and says, well, it's your day. The 200 is up. 200 is up. After they lost 2 wickets, literally for nothing. Conrad Wama not contributing today yet is a good batter. And Gerard Olipa, their linchpin, with whom everyone bats around, not contributing. See what happens. 200 is up. And another 34 runs here. Could have them victors against odds. Against all odds and against the run of play. They would have stolen thunder. Juma Miyagi creams this one in the covers. Chance for 2. Juma Miyagi, for the first time, he shows signs of wanting to run for 2, and rightfully so, because he will be on strike. With him, the burden of scoring the majority of the runs that are required now lies with him. So, Juma, show us what you got.
Clearly, the penultimate over, always arguably the most important over so far, belonging to Chog Avengers.
He doesn't size this one down well, but does it bisect the 2 fielders? No, it doesn't. Juma doesn't run.
It's understandable he cannot have those 2s almost every other ball, because that would take away his energy and ability to hit the maximums. And clearly right now, they need just those 4 maximums, I beg your pardon, 5 maximums to reach home.
Juma Miyagi gets 2 in this over with 3 balls remaining. Hit this one down to the sweeper. And there are no runs on offer. So now 2 balls left. The dugout is happy to see what the skipper wants to do. He did it for them in one of the victories against the same team in the super over, when he scored 15 runs in that super over and came and gave only 4 as a bowler. So they trust his instinct. And sometimes you've got to let your players express themselves. Juma, over to you, sir. Again, nothing. There's 3 dot balls in a row. So the contest is easily becoming like a mere procession to victory now for the Mboro Blasters, who lost yesterday and no victory today. Will take them to 8 points, and they will be breathing down the necks of the Choga Avengers, who will have lost 2 in a row.
Indeed, Innocent, like we mentioned, that the 2 dot balls in this over would really make for a good turnaround in favor of the Mboro Blasters. 3 dot balls already on from Riyazat Ali Shah, captain of the side.
Final delivery. Juma goes downtown, and it's 1 run. How about if you had taken 2 singles the previous 2 deliveries? What could the tale have been? Instead of requiring 32 now, maybe they would have needed much less. Would have been needing 28. But now the question is tougher. Well, Juma on strike. Who gets the ball for the final over? That will be very key. Stay seated. This is a very beautiful tournament. Of course, brought to you by Jafabet, who are partners with Raj Gas Pro Uganda, who are giving us the Man of Match awards, some cash. It's all about the money, cash at hand. It's cash at hand. And as well as Cricket Uganda, who have put this beautiful tournament together. So we see the 4 franchises all still in the talking fray, thinking they still have it in them to go the 1B victors. Yunus Obi with the final over with 31 runs needed for victory. 31 runs means if 2 balls are not hit for 6, it's done and dusted as a contest.
I tell you, looks like let's get ready to have some balls being sent out of the park. Juma Miyagi knows better, but it's a lot of pressure. Getting 5 maximums from 6 balls, what a mammoth task.
First ball up front, Juma Miyagi can't stretch for that one. He's looking on to the mercy of the umpire to see if he's given wides, but there are no wides on offer, so another dot ball here, and the game is done and dusted.
It was always going to be a very tough one. And good to see that, again, it's now a house affair. You called it earlier on, Innocent.
Yes, housemates. Very close, live in each other's spaces. And these are 2 dot balls. Juma Miyagi very late and very guilty today. You were a hero the other day, but every day is not a Sunday, Juma. Cricket will humble you. You'll get off the high horse and somewhere meet in the middle. With the commoners, you've got to find a truce and what works. 2 dot balls. If he scores 4 sixes now, he can only get 24 runs. Again, nothing.
No.
Again, he's not running Juma.
You must feel for Dan Keith Amani. He's definitely a team man because he's been there a couple of overs. He's yet to get off the mark because the only 2 balls he's faced, he wasn't able to negotiate a single.
But also, it's foolhardy for Juma Miyagi to continue hogging the strike without running, not giving a chance to Dan Keith Amani. Sometimes you've got to be selfless. And now the catch is not taken. And they put him down. So Juma Miyagi, 6 dot balls in the last 2 overs, and he's still on strike. And he wants to continue hogging the strike. Sometimes you need to listen. He needs to be talked to by his coach to learn to play as a team, or else he can go back and play his tennis.
Well, even tennis, I'm told tennis is a team sport in that you need the team around you to help you prepare.
Again, he hits this one, but it's a 4 in vain. It won't hurt anyone on the ground. Even the dive from the man in the covers was one that was only for show to be captured by the cameras, but not one with conviction to stop the ball. Because they know the game is done and dusted as a contest. 208. 1 ball left in the match. Juma Miyagi has hogged it all. He's on 45. A 6 would get him to 50. A little consolation maybe. And he swings for the heavens and misses. What an over. And I like how Yunus Obi celebrates right in front of his housemate. He says, yes, I got you. You can't hurt anybody. Juma Miyagi will stay on the floor. But it's the Mburo Blasters that win by 26 runs.
And that is the conclusion of the first game. As we have those aerial views, we'll be coming up with a post-match presentation. But before that, we'll definitely have just a conclusion of how this big runs games has ended. Over 500 runs scored, and the result, I beg your pardon, 430 and 42 runs scored, and the reason is Musemeza 75 of 40, Ali Sharia's at 54 of 24, and Mutagana 37 of 27. Geraldo Olipa, amazingly, the pick of the bowlers, his fifer, but on a losing cause because it was for 50 runs and Farid Juma 38 for 1. The other side had Kakuru Cyrus 77 of 43, Juma Miyagi 45 of 27, though in a losing cause, and Lutaya Ronald, the other pick of the batters, 33 of 20. Wabose Steve, 2 of 22 for 22 of his 4 overs. Yunus Sowobi, 37 runs, 2 wickets. Ali Sharias at 41 for 2. Lamburo Blasters having won that. It was by 26 runs, and will join Innocent Ndaula for the post-match. And we'll be back with the next game. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen watching us. Welcome to the post-match presentation of match day here, number 7, game number 13. A very beautiful game played between the two Tobo Tapers, as in Mburo Blasters were up against the Choga Avengers. The Blasters batting first and blasting their way 234, and in the chase, the Choga Avengers falling short. But what a game it was, over 400 runs scored on the day. Allow me to talk to skipper for the Choga Avengers first. A good game, nevertheless. You didn't get any runs, but the team effort. Just tell me about the positive things that happened to you guys today, although you have lost 2 back-to-back games now.
Yeah, it's hard to take in the 2 losses, but I think we started off very well in the power play, though we dropped a few chances of Charlie and Fahad, but we managed to come back in the middle period. but the other batters were set, and I think we bowled quite very well to the score we wanted. But then we take the positives into the next game.
In the chase, you guys when you were chasing, you fell early, and Conrad Wamatule didn't contribute. Do you think that could have been detrimental to why you fall short by 28 odd runs?
Yeah, I think in T20, if you don't maximize the power play, you don't get more runs after the power play. We fell quite quickly in the power play, gave away two quick wickets in there, but we managed to come back in the middle order with the help of Cyrus and Juma. But it wasn't on our side today, but kudos to their team for performing all round today.
Hope for you guys to do better in the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. You heard it from Gerard Olipa, the skipper for the Choga Venga, saying they would like to do better. They have now lost 2 back-to-back games. But I tell you what, it's been a beautiful day for the Mburo Blasters, and a couple of people today stood out right from the Choga Avengers side to the Mburo Blasters. Cyrus Kakuru with 77 for the Choga Avengers. But with the Mburo Blasters, another man getting 75 runs from 40 balls, 8 fours and 3 sixes, as well as a catch, the keeper batter, Charles Musemeza. But the player of the match award is someone who scored 54 of 25 balls and also got to pick up crucial wickets of Obele, the power hitters. Jazz. To give out this player of the match award is Victoria Pearl's top order batter, Proskovia Lako. And the player of the match is none other than the captain of the Cricket Cranes and captain of the Mburo Blasters, Riazat Alisha. Money for you, Riazat. And Proskovia Lako doing the honors. Thank you very much, Proskovia. A little quick chat. Good game. Yesterday you lost, and today you have a chance to beat the people that you want to beat and stay in the title conversation.
Yeah, I think we'll sleep good today because we took our revenge. We lost 2 games against Avengers, and now we took our revenge. It was good win for us because we want to chase the title, and we have beaten the team who won most of the games. They are top of the table, but still we will pray they lose one more game, and so we'll win the title.
And then just tell me, what do you think is enough as runs on this ground? When you guys came out to bat today, because I know the toss you wanted to bowl first, when you came out to bat, did you think you'd get 230? What would you have taken as enough today?
I think when we came to bat, it was a bit a hard wicket to bat on, but the way we batted, it's good to see from the boys. They come up and they show some positivity in there and score some runs. But to be honest, in Lugogo, like no score is safe in this wicket because we usually see in IPL that no score is safe, and now we are playing like IPL. That's a good positive point for us. We have to bowl well in these conditions, and every team is capable of scoring every runs.
Do the performances of all the teams excite you also as the captain for the Cricket Cranes, with the fixtures coming up for Uganda?
Yeah, I feel seeing good, especially our national team players are scoring runs for their team, and they're showing their hands up and doing performance for the team.
Thank you very much. Take a good rest. Enjoy your play of match award, and we'll see you tomorrow with more energy.
Thank you so much.
You heard it from the captain of the Mburo Blasters saying they are happy the Choga Avengers lost, and they're also going to pray for them that they lose one more game such that they can inch very close, because so they would love the title. Innocent Daula at the presentation. See you in the evening for the game number 14 on match number 7.
ngamba tuulako ebidomola bisatu.
Welcome back. It's a good afternoon right here at the Cricket Oval in Lugogo. It is once again another fixture, the afternoon fixture between the Victoria Strikers and the Bunyonyi Warriors. And indeed, earlier on, we were in the middle for the toss. And let's see what transpired. And surely that is the news from the middle. Victoria Strikers, I think having observed what happened in the morning fixture, interestingly, both captains in the morning wanted to bowl first to have a look at the wicket, in the opinion. But this afternoon, after having seen those totals, over 442 runs scored, the feeling is that it's okay to bat. And suddenly, both teams will be reeling to bat. And it's a good fixture. Looking forward. The teams working on there. The umpires, senior umpire, very much experienced. Patrick Makumbi as well as Sharon Athaula. And captain to the Victoria Strikers there in your image, giving some final instructions to his opening batters in Periwa Zombe. And some bit of still knocking around the ball by the batters. Altogether, Victoria Strikers are looking to go. It's all set, and we'll be having the fast ball rolling shortly. It's match day number 7. Victoria Strikers against the Bunyonyi Warriors. And it will be Simon Sesazi yesterday putting up a good show for his 64. Periwa Zombi as well with a good knock-in. They will have to do the job today as well. And it is that man, Cosmas Chewuta Choto. The interpretation meaning the Swahili word for fireplace. Indeed is able to generate some fiery deliveries. An exciting bowler always on the cards. Is such a performer for the big stage. He will be bowling to Simon Sesazi. Good matchup there. Of course, beg your pardon, it will be Majid Musa coming through. Choto initially warming up, and you would think that he was the one having the first delivery, but it will be Majid Musa first off to Simon Sesazi. The field set for Simon is the long on and deep square. Those are the two boundary fielders during this power play period. Power play is that period of time. Deep square and fine leg are the two fielders available. As we have and immediately this time, Simon Sesazi goes fine leg. It is a boundary because Joseph Benjamin Baguma placed a deep square leg will only stand to watch that as it flies over the young Kasim Adam. The hero yesterday, bowling to Chog Avengers and picking up that particular fifer that enabled the Victoria Strikers to get their second win of the tournament. So Joseph Benjamin Baguma just making a slight adjustment towards a fine leg, but he's still more of backward square. As well as Fortunate Ali Jr. at third man. And this time, Simon Sesazi again through fine leg. It is a maximum this time. First was a four, followed by a maximum. Short. Closer to the body, trying to cramp him for space, but Simon Sesazi gets all into position. Able to roll those wrists and pulls it all the way for a maximum. And as well, Joseph Benjamin Baguma looking to get a little further to his left, but staying a little squarer because they feel that is the position Simon Sesazi gives an option of a catch. They are motioning the same action as though Majid Musa is bowling to the plan of trying to get Simon into an uncomfortable pulling position with a chance of giving that much needed catch needed by the Bunyonyi Warriors, of course. And with that rotational strike, brings Periwa Zombe into strike. He is the busy batter, always wanting to express himself. He has to face last couple of balls of Musa Majidi's bowling.
Kurora. Kurora.
By the end of that first over, 12 runs for the Victoria Strikers. Simon Cesar's on 11 of 5. And Perry Wazombe one of just that one ball faced. Joseph Benjamin Baguma will be the batter, the bowler to opening from the Ginger Road end was Musa Majid, but from the Shell end will be Joseph Benjamin Baguma. Some further field sets and adjustments being made by the captain, Fred Achelam, opting to send himself to deep mid-wicket and try to snare up Perry Wazombe's wicket. So the protection will be long on and deep mid-wicket. And Perry, ever willing and agile. First off, one bounce over mid-off. It's a boundary.
Agenda.
Picking it up early. A bit of hint of outswing, but it's gentle. It's within the arc. And it goes, of course.
Symbol.
Guma Joseph Benjamin choosing not to show Perry the seam. Another one there, gentle outswing. He is an off spinner, but he knows how to turn it away or slightly glide it away in a swinging format from the right hand batter. And this time, that is exaggerated away. And Kasim Adam sort of having a collision with the advertising board as that ball rolls all the way. That missed everyone, including wicketkeeper Mlongo Paul. It will be 5 wides. Turning out to be already a very healthy over in favor of Victoria Strikers. Again, down the leg. And it will be that gentleman, Kasim Adam, doing all the hard work. That is sent skywards from Perry Wazombe. This is turning out to be a very healthy over for the Victoria Strikers. Already 18 runs as Perry Wazombe strikes a maximum right from the start. And he's just unlucky, Perry Wazombe, skying that one too many. Joseph Benjamin Baguma has a last laugh. You can see the smile in that image. Perry Wazombe's 11 of 5 comes to a sudden end. Trying to go downtown on the onside. He just manages to slice that, top edging it into the air. And that young man, Musa Majid, running in to complete the catch. much to the delight of Joseph Benjamin Baguma. In that image there, Fred Achelam, captain, continuing to give further guidance to the team, but as well as instructing the keeper, mentoring Paul Mlongo on how to go about the business. It's a very well executed little play from the Bunyonyi Warriors, closing off the second over. A whole 18 runs amassed from that over. But most importantly is the wicket of dangerous Perry Wazombe. Christopher Kidega has to be the change-up batter to come in to replace him and partner up anew with Simon Sesazi. Victoria Strikers at 30 for 1 after 2.
Ay, get it.
The quest continues for a bigger power play performance from the two batters, and that is Christopher Kidega finding the gap. Musa Majid attempting the Yorker, ends up giving that low full toss, and it is guided through the third man region. Musa Kasim once again, I beg your pardon, Kasim Adam will be the man chasing, but the ball wins the race. And Musa Majid has to continue to find a way around. And this time he strikes gold as he picks up the wicket of Christopher Kidega, trying to go for a big one. Holds up to Choto himself. Cosmas Chewut at mid-on. Little shimmy across, trying to open up the onside. Doesn't get the most of that ball. It's an inside kind of bottom edge. And Christopher Kidega catching practice to Cosmas Chewuta. It is 35 for 2 after 1.3, after 2.3 overs. The Victoria Strikers. And that will bring in the captain of the day, because Kenneth Owaiswer sitting out today. Pius Oloka has to continue to take on the reins of captaincy for the Victoria Strikers. Very good mentorship program going on, as the young men are given the opportunity to take responsibility over their teams. We saw that with Gerald Olipa and the Chog Avengers, now also Victoria Strikers, allowing Pius Oloka to take on responsibility for leading the side. Musa Majid with a spring in his step, knowing that he has at least picked up that wicket. And Pius Oloka intentionally up and over, guides that ball above the infield. Fly sleep at 30-yard position. It is the boundary. Intentionally going up and over, just tapping that, dabbing it over. Pasolock opening up his account in style with a boundary. Because of the power play, only 2 fielders are allowed outside of the 30-yard.
Wait, no.
And Musa Majid, for that protection of the 2, he only has deep square leg and fine leg. Sort of sending a message clearly that he's going to drop some short, those bumpers. Just as almost done there, but Pasoloka seems to say, I'll still hook you or pull that ball. And he's not going to be afraid of the boundary patrollers, despite that being the longer side today of the pitch. The flying white bird. How the Victoria Strikers would love for the white ball to fly in similar manner all the way over to Ginger Road and over toward the Shell End. But so far it's still a wish.
Wait.
After the 3 overs, 40 for 3,
Auntie.
Victoria
One.
Strikers. After 3 overs, 40 for 2, Victoria Strikers.
Center.
Healthy run rate, 13.3. Joseph Benjamin Baguma will continue from the Shell End. Such a pretty looking, gorgeous, wonderful shot from Simon Sesazi, who will say yes, it is a good matchup. Coming from around just outside the off stump, but within the arc, Simon Sesazi obliges and says maximum is on for the Cards, and he takes it.
Benji.
Towards his body, and he just manages to nudge it, missing it altogether, but off his pads. Power play score looking ever more imposing from the Victoria Strikers, who are now just 3 short of a half century.
Come Benji. Wait.
The beauty about the spinners, even up in the power play, is the way they rush up the over.
Come Benji. Go boy.
Right now,
Plan.
already they're halfway the stage.
What's up?
It is a chance. What an effort from the big man, Robinson Oboya. Took quite a number of catches yesterday.
Anytime.
He's been good and effective in the whole tournament,
Come Benji.
but just managing to stop that from going for a certain boundary. Not able to hold on to it. And this time, despite the effortful dive from Anas Bey, it's still a boundary. That's dropped short and wide. easy pickings. Payasoloka this time picking up the gap for a 4 boundary.
Come Benji. Ay, 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 ay.
Chance of a run out. Not the best scenes. That is thrown past the wicketkeeper Paul Mulongo. And with that particular passage of play, 50 runs already came up for the Victoria Strikers with a boundary and the follow-up single, bringing up the end to the 4th over. It is 53 for 2 Victoria Strikers.
apa yalingemenya oyimirira olunaku lulamba kati osasira ababeera mu testi n'abeera olunaku lulamba nga nenkyalina okubeera ennaku ttaano kituufu gwe aba gukolere kubanga okuyimirira awo si kyangu nga tekalina makulu kituufu naye bwoba ogenda okukwata omutwalo gwa dola gwogumanyi ng'olikola mu geemu emu toyinza butayimirira awo
Yeah! Come on!
What an athletic effort! And that is what the gentleman in an Asbag youngster, he showed his ability to dive, and now he has completed a very beautiful, sensational catch of the bowling of Nero Jonathan. It was Whitson over for cutting, but Payasoloka there distraught because having sighted the shortened width, trying to go aerial, doesn't get much of it, gets the top of the bat, and an Asbag, look at that for a catch. Diving to his left, holding on to that ball. Very well completed execution of catching, a catching drill worth of the international scale. At some point, athletic in the air. Gorgeous piece of cricket all through. Not so much for the captain of the Victoria Strikers, but because of the outcome of that particular result in the catch. And Bunyonyi Warriors continue to chip away on the wickets. It's a healthy scoring rate and a good power play so far for the Victoria Strikers, but they continue to lose wickets in quick succession. It's another aerial one, but goes just through the gap between the captain, Fred Achelam, and Joseph Benjamin Baguma. And it is a boundary width on offer. He tries and gets through the gap. 4 runs. No ball called Ali by Patrick Makumbi.
kunyula naye oli
It will be a free hit. And what a way to be welcomed to the middle. Ahura Amos has a chance to free his arms. Because Jonathan Nyiro, a little too eager with the pace, and he ends up overstepping. That line belongs to the umpire. You don't step past it, you will be penalized. And the no ball with the follow-up free hit is the penalty. Very cheeky and equally wily from Nyiro Jonathan following him. You wonder if he would have just stood and delivered.
bamala wiiki egenda almost bonna
Almost Ahura will continue to wait.
wiiki ne sande
Beg your pardon, he got off with that boundary shot for 4, but he'll continue to wait to get into his maximums. Another swing and a miss because it is down the leg for wide.
Uganda. Of course goba okoze kyokoze goba okoze kyokoze
It's once again trying to hit that off his pads. Just manages to get a leg by Amos Ahura. Continuing in his quest.
Covers.
Take it.
Round. Right arm round.
Nyiro Jonathan not yet finding his bearings against Simon Sesazi, who continues to bully him. He's failing to bowl within the right areas. And that is putting him in a very commanding position. Whitson off, I catch that. And that is exactly what Simon Sesazi wants to complete. An imposing power play. Nyiro Jonathan having a mixed bag of a fast over, no ball, and several wides. Once again, Simon putting him to the sword. It's another boundary because he's bowling it, dropping it shorter. Coming from round, but again, dropping it short. And with that width on offer, Simon will only oblige for an opportunity to score another boundary. bringing up the end of the 5th over. And the total will be 70 for 3 after 5. Some bit of consultations going on. You wonder whether Captain Fred Chilam would want to go to the veterans, Abu Seguya, but no, that was probably just further consultations with a senior. It's Jose Benjamin Baguma to continue from the shell end. Already a couple of overs in. He's gone for many as well. Unlike his usual bowling figures, he will come in for his third and to conclude the power play. Tapped off his hips. Expertly done by Amos Ahura, of course his compatriot back in Yakasura. It was many years ago. They are now all questing for the high performance program. Baguma Joseph knows that he needs to pull back something for his side, the Bunyonyi Warriors. Otherwise, they are being put to the sword by Victoria Strikers at the moment.
Come Benji, come Benji, come Benji.
Picking up the gap again is Amos Ahura. Will it roll all the way to the boundary? It is an overthrow from Choto the man, Cosmos Chewuta. He has a bullet arm. And the Bunyonyi Warriors will be guilty of not doing the basics of backing up. It was fortunately Juna, but coming in later meant that there was enough room for an extra run, and it becomes 4 runs from that particular ball.
Colette, come on, lads, come on, lads, come on, lads.
What a delivery again. Hint of movement of the seam. Looks like a gentle outswing, but such is the wily fellow and bowling acumen of Benjamin Baguma Joseph. That brings up the close to the over and therefore the end to the power play. It is 75 for 3 after 6 overs. Victoria Strikers. And because the power play is done, there can be protection for a spinner. It is that man, yesterday's man of the day, play of the day, together with Matthew Kasaija. They picked up 5 each for their bowling efforts, and they were the players of the match. It was a bowler's day, so to speak. Today seems to be a day for the batters. Already over 440 runs in the morning game, and with the Victoria Strikers power play output of 75 for 3. It is Kasim Adam who will come through as a change bowler from the Ginger Road end. Simon Sesazi fast off, sending it towards the opposition dugout. One bounce for 4. Sending it to his former opening pair in the past, Roger Galiwango Mukasa, now the coach of the Bunyonyi Warriors. He's asking him, do you remember that, mate? Of course, this matchup not in the favor of Kasim Adam, being a leg spinner. That ball is turning back into Simon Sesazi, so he can afford to play with a turn, sending it all the way. Picking up the gap, effectively done by Amos Ohura, once again through the mid-wicket region. Kasim Adam dropping it short there. Guilty. Easy pickings for Ahura Amos. And indeed, the Victoria Strikers are soaring on, ever getting closer to the century in record time, considering that they're almost at 13 per over as a scoring rate. Another one. Picked up, just a single bounce. 4 runs. Once again to Ahura Amos, this time the sweep shot. Clinically executed. Was dropped down the leg. Probably Adam Kasim hoping it would turn back and hit that leg stump in Shane Warne style. Not to be. It is a boundary. I tell you, cricket takes a lot of heart and character. You may have picked a fiver. You have to start afresh the following day. Kasim Adam quickly finding out that reality is before him, because this over. Yesterday might have picked a fiver for just the 14 runs. He's already on 14 runs in his first over, with a ball to spare, and he's bowling to Simon Sesazi. And what a delivery. It had 6 written all over it, but credit to Kasim Adam. He slowed it down, and it was turning the other way around, the wrong end. Simon is only able to pick up a single because it dropped short, and there was an opportunity. But that brings up the end to the 7th over. Victoria Strikers at 90 for 3, scoring rate of 12.86. The changes continue to be rung in by Fred Achelam. Field changes, field setups. Yesterday, Anas Baig was the extraordinary X factor coming through as a part-time bowler, but picking very important wickets that enabled Bunyonyi Warriors to pick up the win. And he will be asked to come in. I'm not alone in the comms. I'm with the versatile, ever able, innocent Ndaula. He's always busy putting together all our coordinations for the media, as well as making sure that life is going on well. Welcome back, Innocent.
Good afternoon, Mike. Just 3 minutes to 3. Here's an Asbeg with one lofted as it carried down the ground. The 90s come up in quick time. They have scored at 13 consistently. The Victoria Strikers, who won the toss in Elected to bat. Mean business. Yes, the wickets have fallen. But amidst the chaos, they have found calmness with the runs.
Come back.
Anas Beg, his golden arm yesterday made the Bunyonyi Warriors believe and carry the day. Drilled down the ground just for the one run.
Lefty, 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 lefty. Wait.
No runs on offer now. Simon Sessa is being kept quiet by Anas Beg. Let's see what happens next. The left-hander goes big downtown. Does it carry? No, the fielder doesn't see any of it. And he instead indicates 6. Comedy of errors. Comedy of errors all happening here. Abu Seguia, the veteran, is indicating 4 runs. This is how Simon says as he went. Click bank. A lot of height on that. The distance. He didn't see anything, yet he's wearing a sun hat.
Wait. Yeah.
Sesazi there. Touch and go affair. He's living on a second life after having been put down on 33. The ball was there for the taking. Sometimes they say, wear the shades, put on the glasses. But he's put on a floppy. It should be enough to do the work. Instead, he puts down what should have been a big wicket because Simon Sessas has been leading the run scoring. That is uppercut delicately by Ahura Amos, who has been searching for runs from match day number 1, and on match day 7, looks like he's found his mojo.
Just giving himself room by getting leg side of that ball up and over. Just having an interesting thought here, Innocent. Will it go down as a drop catch? Did he really touch it?
He's dropped it without touching it.
Well, it's the end to the 8th over. And that also brought up the 3 figures for the Victoria Strikers, that particular boundary. It's 102 for 3. Victoria Strikers after 8.
Sesazi Simon, the big left-hander, continues to sweep and is sweeping the house here clean in Lugogo. On a second life, and here comes a Kasim Adam, a beautiful named youngster after the 2000 Summer Olympics representative for the Cricket Cranes. As you look at the coach, the winning coach of the Mburo Blasters with the high-performance manager and Proskovia Lako. Looking at the sheets there, I hope they're not signing money. Oh, yes. She will take all the money. Payday for the guys in the Elite League, and the high performance manager is having a field day, having to make sure the coaches put pen to paper. All the little monies that the association coughs must be accounted for. But this is a good cause. The guys have worked literally for free, volunteered their efforts. Like Oyaga, the coach of the Mburo Blasters stays in Jinja, and for him to be in Kampala for 9 match days tells you how he is spending more than a penny. Up and over, beautiful into the production house here. The boundaries continue to flow off the bat of Amos Ahura. The young bowlers are being pounded here today. It was their day yesterday. Adam Kasim, Aziz Tandia. But today, the batsmen are finding their range. And Amos Ahura is a beautiful stroke maker. When he's in fine fettle, he is surely unstoppable.
Wait.
Good fielding by big boy Fred Achelam. He's throwing his weight around the park.
I like the spring in his step. Very athletic. It shows there is nothing left to chance unless you go over him.
What he shows mostly is that size is deceptive. There he goes downtown. There is a fielder to cut that off. Choto. The fine fielding show there from Cosmas Cheuta. Young Kasim Adams, 2 overs have gone for 25.
Right hander.
9 overs in. Look at the score. Mammoth target loading here. 112 for 3. But only if Simon Sesazi and Ahura almost hold fort.
And that's big. Having considered 12 in his first, will continue to be the trump card, attempting to snare at least 1 wicket. Straying down the leg, unfortunately. He may have been the conjurer yesterday, coming up with unexpected wickets. Today it is quite an uphill task for him. As Amos Ahura continues to rotate the strike, allowing for the suddenly informed Simon
Lefty.
to have a go.
Lefty.
Simon Sesazi very fortunate in the previous over to have survived a dismissal, trying to hit the longer side. Didn't get the most of that ball. And the veteran, for one reason or the other, didn't pick up on that ball and opted to go the route of evasion, saving his own skin. And this time, Simon picking up the gap with on that ball going wider to Cosmas Cheuta at long on. Easily cow corner on the onside.
Come on, us.
And some of these players, they trust so much their skill that they leave the cow corner open, even in a T20 match.
This one hitting the covers. Touch and go. The left-hander continue to get rounds of applause from his dugout. Pummeled into the production house. You can hear them getting a sigh of relief, saying, oh no, you don't want a ball to set everyone scampering for dear life in that production house. Anas Beg lucky yesterday. Today they are cleaning him up nicely. And that is a powerful hit from Ahura Amos, who is in fine touch.
And with that single from Amos Sahura, it will be the end of the over. Closing out the halfway stage, the Victoria Strikers at 126 for 3. At still 12.6 runs per over. What a display today.
Sakayingirako.
Nero Jonathan will be charged with the responsibility to come on and try and make an impact. He's coming on from the Ginger Road end to Amos Sahura.
Couple of VIP fans in the building here. Former Rugby Cranes captain Alex Mobiru, Wemamba. They love to call him Musava. And whereas the planned kids, like they call them these days, the PKs, calling him Captain Courageous because he was never shy of a battle. Always willing to engage. The bigger they came, the bigger the fight. That was the man. Jonathan Nyiro now. Hit with real venom. Simon Sesazi, the 50 does come up. A half century. These are back-to-back half centuries. One yesterday for Simon and another today. He's gotten his tournament into one gear after another. And after being denied runs, Simon Sesazi finds his length and sizes down the bowler nicely. The young fans in the building, you catch them young. These are youthful. They must be vacists. Chance for a catch. Does it carry? Yeah, it beats Robinson Obuya. That is the favorite place for the left-handers, the cow corner area. And the bowler, Nyiro, I don't know why he's taking off pace and giving the batsman arms to bowl it wide down the off stump. Deny him room. Simon is not very good with the ones coming to his body. Nyure's plays getaway and no look shots. If it's his day, he gets away with murder. But many days, it's not his day because even every day cannot be a dog's day. Like they say, every dog has its day.
Well, Simon Sesazi with that maximum, it was definitely a maximum on any ground. Sort of to have premeditated, he had already decided earlier on in the over he's going to try it and go for a maximum. Getting it on the second ball of the over. Interestingly, in the discussion with the captain of the Unyonyi Warriors, Mr. Achelam Fred, he says that he would have loved to restrict the Victoria Strikers to about 180.
Yeah, the Asian community in Uganda, they love and breathe the game. This is a man on fire. He goes and he holds out. Cosmas Cheuta celebrates because the danger man is gone after his half century. Never have I seen Cosmas Cheuta celebrate a wicket fall like that. But the little roar from him says, come on guys, let's keep fighting. And that should be the mentality. Simon Sesazi walking off like the boss, but he knows the job is half done.
Absolutely. A little wider there, trying to get aerial. Didn't get most of that ball, not in the middle of the bat. And that explains the celebration because they know how dangerous Simon can be.
For me, it's a celebration of that man, Cosmas Cheuta. Look at how he lets out the fury with fist pumps. Says, come on, let's keep fighting. The wickets continue to fall here. 4 down. The big boys having a lunchtime meeting. Michael, this is so much like you.
Well, Innocent, that is more of what you are keen to, I would think. But I would have loved to be in that conversation as well. Probably planning for the youngsters that maybe they should get better branding going forward and better allowances.
I say expatriates, and what comes to my mind is they are talking about big projects, big monies. Do you have some $160,000 stacked somewhere, Michael? Maybe you can start the conversation from there.
Interesting days. It all happens here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. Of course, the copper chimney hasn't been spared. All those wonderful missiles going there as maximums, both yesterday, today, and the previous days. But in particular yesterday, because some glass was sent flying. And Cosmas Cheuta Choto, with his strong bullet arm, he needs the entire field to back up his throws as it goes past 3. And it's the 4th fielder who is able to recover in Kasim Adam, giving a couple of runs to both Amos Ahura and Arjuna, who has just walked in. Robert Arjuna gets actually 3 runs as a result of the overthrow.
Not a shy batter, Arjuna Robert. Saw him take Bilal Hassan to the cleaners.
Wait.
And indeed, that will bring up a close to the 11th over. It is 141 for 4 victorious strikers.
By leg stump. Off.
Guess who the skipper Fred Achelam turns to? Turns to Anas Beg. Not many options.
Come on, Anas.
Short cracker. Those will be pummeled out of their park. And that is Arjuna for you. He doesn't take any sighters. He just leans into it as it dies on him. And the rest of the work is done by his big blade.
Got a few hits in yesterday. Maximums as well. And indeed, that is that judge does a no ball. Amos Ahura will be very lucky, but putting in that big dive may just have saved him. I would have loved to have a look at that piece of action again, because Amos Ahura was literally down the wicket.
There's a no ball chance. And everyone saying that was not your call, Arjuna. The information and the message from the dugout is loud and clear. Jonathan Sebanja, the coach, is not a happy man.
Well, in a sense, it is actually his call. He's the one going to the danger end. But I think the point being that Arjuna is well in control of that particular situation. There is no need to actually rotate the strike.
He goes again, chance for a catch. Does it disappear? The boundaries in Lugogo as a bowler. You keep praying that it holds unless it's a bold. But this one goes further up in the air and just falls right behind the fielder there, Joseph Benjamin Baguma. This one is hit straight down the ground. Just a one bounce into the side screen. A very poor overboard by Anas Beg here. And as a part-timer, when you give them too many overs, that is what happens. Look at his figures. Anas Beg has already gone for 43 in 2.4 overs. The 50 is looming. Chance for a catch. Quarter is the call. Oh, yes. That's a beautiful take from Benjamin Joseph Baguma. And against the run of play, Arjuna falls, but because he did lean in too nicely, that was a delivery right there for the taking. And Anas Beg, as well as the Bunyonyi Warriors, get lucky with this wicket.
Luck indeed had a lot to do with it because Arjuna didn't get the most of that ball. Top edging it in the air. And what a celebration, joyous, emphatic, almost like he's won the World Cup. And I think the reason is because of the way Arjuna was punishing the bowler. But what is interesting is Captain Fred Echelem still feels that they can be able to limit at least the Victoria Strikers to just below 200. Though with the look of things, already 158. That is Captain Jonathan Sebanja, Coach Jonathan Sebanja over the Victoria Strikers, drilling the thoughts and the ideas into the heads of the next batters. They may be mid-order, they may be the bowlers or all-rounders, but they still need to get beyond 200 runs.
And here is Jafo Chaya. Not wasting time. Playing with an elevated bat. It's been a tough over. 16 runs in it. But the wicket in it gives it some normalcy for the Bunyonyi Warriors. 159 for 5. They have a lot of time to bat. But the worry now that is looming is, can they play out the overs? Because they've done very well to move consistently at 13 per over. And at 159 for 5 in 12, the 200 should surely be on card. Anas, superb stuff of his owner, off the fielding of Adam Kasim. Wides on call by the umpire. Easily the best in the business when it comes to Uganda. And the most qualified, Patrick Musoke Makumbi. Everyone calls him the doctor. Short ball not punished. Adam Kasim has been a lucky fellow today. But his first overs disappeared for 25 runs. Adam Kasim is caught appealing. They are appealing for nothing. It's lucky not to be for it not to be called wide. There you go. Hit down the ground. Robinson Obuya there. Watch out for him in the second innings. He will carry the burden of scoring the bulk of the runs for his team, Bunyonyi Warriors, on his back. Does he get the full blow out of the bat? And the chance is put down. Jonathan Nyiro, what a team effort from you. Yes, half tracker from the leggy, but take the catch. Come on.
I was just thinking that with the way the passage of play has been, what could Anas be thinking? Anas Beg, top order batter, very aggressive, but today requested to also be a bowler, to become an all-rounder, so to speak. What could be going through his mind? This is what the bowlers suffer.
He got it right yesterday as the Bunyonyi Warriors squeezed and stifled the Choga Avengers for runs in their defense of 136. And it was a comical as the wicket stumbled in quick succession. Batters set back for early showers. Baidu there kicking one and thinking it was not LBW. Well, it hit him on his toes. He might think he had a shimmy down the wicket. But story for another day. That is hit straight with long levers. But good fielding effort down. And Asbeg, the bowler, is the first one to thank the fielder. Cosmas Cheuta telling him Webale is easy. It's not Urdu because Anas Beg has that color on his melanie. It is Luganda to mean thank you. Big offers here. No connection whatsoever.
Come.
Anas Beg went for 47 in his 3.4. 2 balls to go. Chance to run, and they quickly run. 1 for 48 in 4 overs, and at the end of 14, 169 for 5 is the score for the Victoria Strikers. Adam Kasim back for his final over. Final over for him is gone for 31. And has been a good effort. Good signs. You know now why both teams wanted to bat first. It's all clear. The writing is clear on the wall. Chance for a catch is what they call, but Robo would not be trying to pull off an athletic effort here. Needless. Leave him crocked and doesn't want to walk away with an injury. Elevation, but there's a chance for a catch. Yes, the catch is taken by Ali Juna. Fortunate. He takes a catch and dismisses a very close friend of his with whom they went with high school and with whom they played with the final in Jinja during the school skate week 3 years ago, to be exact. Ahura, unfortunate, because fortunate completes a very good catch.
Nice one, Innocent. And I think you're innocent of that particular scenario. But we'll take it because it is Jonathan Kiza. Having received instructions on how to go about this particular period of play, coming through with instructions and information. He also takes a sip just to say, yes, we are doing all this as a team. And this is a good tactic because even after getting ideas and instructions from the coach, Jonathan Sebanja, he will also get further information from their captain, Kenneth Weiser, today doing the 12th duties, taking a bit of a break away from duty because it is hot in the middle. Those balls are flying. Sixes are coming in fast and thick. And the boundaries are rolling all over everyone. Kasim Adam picking up his first wicket. In that image, some happy fans glad to see the dismissals.
Jonathan Kiza goes helter-skelter into the kitchen area of the tennis club here. The way he leaned into that one, he even bit his lower lip. Look at Jonah. Look at Jonah. Jonah says, I'll not be swallowed by the action going on here. Not like Jonah in the Bible was swallowed by the fish.
Innocent, I'll get back to you on that. But clearly Jonathan coming with an agenda.
There's a back-to-back boundaries for Jonah. Adam Kasim walks away from there, the bowling arena, like he's walking away from a crime scene. He walks away very quickly because the last 2 balls he's bowled have been begging to be hit, and Jonah has obliged and sent them out of the park. $182 for 6 after 15 overs. Projected score is 242, and if they get 242, that will be the highest score of the tournament. Baguma comes back for his last over. A fine, fantastic bowler for the Cricket Cranes. He hasn't been lucky. The young boys have not shown any respect to his pedigree. He says, well, you'll pick the international players. We're not part of your array of victims.
For sure, that's the beauty of such a tournament. This Great Lakes Men's T20 Cup. It comes with all its different packages, expectations, and outliers. They all are happening today. For example, look at that man in your image, Jonathan Kiza.
Quickly, I would like to put you on the spot. If Jonathan Kiza was an athlete, who would he be?
Well, I'll first stick with what is already representing Geoffrey Archer.
They're not pitching up for him. Baguma is being very wise. I like the battle. Yes, he's a Geoffrey Archer look-alike. Geoffrey Archer is also the idol for Juma Miyaji. Geoffrey Archer giving a call to Juma Miyaji while we're in India after them winning the eliminate of the IPL. And everyone was excited in our camp, the Cricket Cranes.
Very special moments. You never forget such.
But also that man on strike, Jonah, is a poor man's Noah Lyles, if you know the American sprinter. He also has a what you'd call a semblance, a tantalizing similarity with Noah Lyles. Look at him, the physique and even the hairstyle, the cornrows, similar to Jofra and Noah. Nothing to do for those deliveries. Baguma says, I am not going to pitch up if that's what you're thinking. I don't want your wicket. Give me the dot balls. They look like wickets to me now. Again, nothing. Look at the men up there. Simon Okecho, Gerard Olipa, and Sirajin Subuga all happy to catch the action. Simon Okecho, I wonder why he's missing out on being on the park. A fine player who can muscle the ball out of the park and also hit a long ball for 6 and bowl some good leggies. Rested today, but he's having a good chat with his friends. Sirajin Subuga has been out of action for the Choga Avengers since he got injured. Gerard Olipa captained his team in the morning. The Choga Avengers, they lost. Big appeal. Joseph Baguma thought he had got his man, but a fine overboard there by Benjamin. And the 16th over has been good. Just 1 run from the bat and 2 extras. 3 to the total. Baguma finishes with 1 for 38. And there are the girls. The girls in the building to watch the beautiful gentleman's game. The girls want to have fun. Fun on a nice, beautiful Thursday afternoon. Many times the Kampalans, like Museveni calls them, Museveni is the president of Uganda, says they love to have a good time. And many times the Kampalans say the weekend starts on Thursday night.
Well, it's still Thursday afternoon, Innocent. We'll first stay in the comms box for now. But now I see actually the image of the Noah Lyles, as you mentioned, for Jonathan. And he loves to run. However, today, look at that particular image of the players of Choga Avengers as well as Mburo Blasters. They had their game early in the morning and they're now watching what's happening with the Victoria Strikers and Bunyonyi Warriors.
And in the nets, the coaches of the Victoria Pearls, with the help of Steve Tikolo, they are getting their basics right. They are getting to know how to bat from the best in the business. Deus Muhumuza won so many battles for Steve Tikolo as a coach, and Steve Tikolo is paying back the faith by saying, you are the head coach of the Victoria Pearls, but I can chip in a few sessions for you. Teamwork is the name of the game, and is what will take Uganda to places they dream of and they have never been.
Absolutely. Beautiful scenes.
.186 now. We're still early days in the game. 16.1 overs gone. The wickets have fallen true to the word, but the runs have come. Beautiful Yorker bowled by Cosmas Cheuta, but Jonathan Kiza digs it out and gets a boundary. Fortuitous boundary, but will count to the total nevertheless. He dug it out so nicely with an angled blade, but he didn't know too much about where it's gone. It's for Abu Seguya, the old man about town. Will only pick from beyond the fences.
No, Innocent, I was turning out for the Renzori Warriors just 12 years ago. Oh, to be exact, 14 years ago with Abu Seguya.
And you had some big boys in that lineup: Roger Mukasa, Lawrence Matimba, Charles Waiswa, Steve Tikolo. I could go on and on.
What a memory.
Cleaned up, straight. The effort is in vain. There's a man down. Is wreathing. Cosmas Cheuta there, trying his level best, chips in a dive, stays on the ground. He's not a happy man. Nero has fallen into the trap set by his namesake, Jonathan Kiza, by pitching it up. That's a huge crime. And the penalty has been served in quick tandem. Edge, chance to the air, slower ball. And they celebrate a wicket. Lights out for Jonathan Kiza. His beautiful cameo comes to an end. 8 of 10. It's a beautiful catch taken by Majid Musa Ramadan.
What a take. Young Musa Majid diving in against a run of play. That is exactly the effort that Fred Achelam will ask of his compatriots. Taking nothing away and taking nothing for granted, but putting in a full-blooded effort. And I'm sure he would have been buoyed by the previous effort put in by Choto, Cosmas Cheuta at long on, attempting to take a catch as well. It's very good to see from these young elites attempting to give their best account of themselves. I hope Matthew Musinguzi, earlier in your images, you could have seen him taking a lot of clear instructions from the coach, Jonathan Sebanja.
Victoria Strikers here are still on course for a huge total despite a cluster of wickets in the middle and death overs. As you see some of the other social amenities. We told you Lugogo is the home of sport, and this is what happens. Some lawn tennis and a young one learning some forehand winners. The country on a 194 for 7 with 20 balls remaining. The score is around 230, 235. If they get more than 235, it will be the highest of the tournament. But the match has been one. We saw how the first strikers got off from a flying start, and now it's a late stumble. At one stage, they were cruising at 159 for 5 after 12 overs, powered by Simon Cesar's brutal half-century and quick-fire contributions down the order. Little chats going on there from Milton Obuya. Is he trying to get some little snacks, snacking away during the game from the people outside? Well, there are a couple of his mates there: Juma Miyagi, Henry Senyondo, Bilal Hassan, and those are the core players of the Cricket Cranes. Nero is here to help the New Warriors continue to claw back in the match. The regular wickets they have picked have kept them within a fighting chance. They wanted to restrict them to 180, but we knew very well 200 was always going to be the score to chase here. They have prevented the strikers from literally running away with the game. The quick question now is whether the Victoria's strikers can finish strongly and push beyond the 200-run mark. End of the over. 17 gone. 194 for 7. The Warriors have lost the battle for much of this innings, as the scoreboard does dictate, but they are still fighting hard to avoid losing the war. Sometimes you accept to lose the small battles, but you win the big war. In the air, chance for a catch. The regular wickets will continue to fall. And that is the catch. Abu Seguya this time takes a catch. Mr. Musa Majid outwits Jaffa Ochaya.
With on offer, Jaffa Ochaya trying to go all the way to the screen over the bowler. He manages to get the top edge right within the 15-yard, and Abu Seguya will run in, complete one of the easiest catches he will ever have. He doesn't need to worry about the sun. This time it was clearly just in front of him.
Victoria Pearls International Susan Kakai there with an Nalubale Sports Director Julius Senyimba. Should be an appointment for the next shooting gig because Nalubale Sports are giving the Cricket Uganda media a lot of good coverage. They take their time as the Rwandan international Theoneste Hakuziyaremye comes into bat very late at number 10. He's much better than batting at number 10. I would throw him in at number 6. He's shown that he can score runs. Jonathan Sebanja brings him a little late. Yes, but rightfully so. There was some firepower. People have come in and haven't wasted balls. Arjuna's 2 massive sixes at the 4. He scored 19 from 7. A strike rate of 270. That is an innings that goes unnoticed, but it added valuable momentum before the falling over. Before he fell to Anas Beg. And you know what they say? Sometimes 7 balls can change an innings. And for Arjuna, made every delivery count. And looking back at some of the innings that showed us the way here, Amos Ahura, you can't forget him. He's 40 of 34. He held the innings together after early wickets, rotated the strike effectively, and allowed the power hitters around him to attack. He was eventually dismissed by Kasim Adam trying to accelerate. But you can say he played the perfect supporting role. He was not as explosive as Sesazi, but he was vital in maintaining momentum. There he is off the mark finally. Chance for a run out at the bowler's end. Look at the call. He survives by the whisker of margins. I like the commitment shown by the fielder here in the slips, Mr. Anas Beg.
It's wonderful effort there from the fielder, recognizing that there was still an opportunity. I would have loved to look at that particular image up close, because yes, Akuzuriami was trying to slide in his bat, but that particular direct hit always makes a difference.
Hakuziyaremye off the strike in an atrocious manner, if you want to say. But looking back at the batters who made necessary noise here in the park, you can't roll away the defining knock from Simon Cesars, 58 from 24. Michael, that was a strike rate of 241, 8 fours, 3 sixes. He set the tone from the very first over here.
Absolutely, and this has been actually the fastest scoring rate he's had in the tournament so far. Probably the defining moment for the innings.
And the former cricket groundskeeper Davis Karashani has been talking to him relentlessly, urging him to get on going and improve that scoring rate of his to an acceptable level of T20 cricket. He can be comfortable with his own milestones as he picks up half century after another. But if you leave your team with not enough, your half centuries will be in losing causes, and no one will remember them because the team lost. Sights and sounds of Kampala, all beautiful. Looks very tame during the day, but by the night, Kampala is as deceptive as how it looks during the day.
Words from the Prince of Kampala himself, Innocent. But those are the particular coach over the different franchises in this tournament. Next to Proskovia Lako in the morning. It's Nero Jonathan who will continue. He's gone for many, but so have most of the other bowlers. He'll be asked to complete his bowling allotment of 4 overs, easily bowling the most important over of the game, penultimate over. He has an opportunity to further dent the innings of the Victoria Strikers by picking up a wicket, or actually wrap it up with the 2 wickets needed. Hakuziyaremye Theonest will also have something to say about it, because he knows how to keep protecting the strike and allowing his partner in Musinguzi Matthew, the bigger hit of the two, to try and first of all get the milestone of 200 runs.
Hakuziyaremye not on strike now, and I like the fact that he has come out with his Rwanda helmet, the national team helmet. Nero Jonathan 3 for 41.
And the big hitter of the day, that is Matthew Musinguzi, picking up on that low full toss, sending it all the way for a maximum. Attempting the slower ball back of a hand. It goes airy, and it will be a maximum. Bringing up also the 200 mark for the Victoria Strikers.
What just happened in this tournament after so many years of Uganda playing elite league cricket? The franchises have made 200 look like child's play. Not the first time, and this won't be the last time a team will score 200 here. We saw the Unyonyi Warriors score 221 first half. That was just down by the Mburo Blasters, getting 222 in 16.2 overs. And then this morning, the Mburo Blasters getting 234. And the Choga Avengers stopping on 208. It's been a numbers game, and now this is the 5th time the double century comes up for team batting. Not only just a team batting, but for a team batting first and the team batting second. The unthinkable has happened. There's that Alisha there in the post-match talking about how they've been watching 200 being a thing of normal in the IPL, and now they're also playing like the IPL now. I like the comparisons from the cricket playing skipper.
Absolutely. He knows which side of his slices are battered. It can only get better from now on. But I tell you, Innocent, anyone observing Riyazat Ali Shah batting the last couple of days will tell you he's a world-class player, just needing the opportunity and the exposure. And that will bring up the end to the 19th over. Victoria Strikers, 203 for 8. In the background there, the Victoria Pals batters. From the net session, earlier on that you saw some guidance from the head coach, Steve Tikolo, together with the Victoria Pals head coach, Deus Mohumuza. The net session is done. But that's...
There they are. Jamia Musamali. Happy to have had an afternoon knock with the experienced Steve Tikolo. But here is the situation, 203 for 8 in 19. The Victoria Strikers, of course, the 200-run mark, a significant psychological barrier in T20 cricket. However, they will feel like they've left some runs out there after being 182 for 6 in 15, and they look set for 220, 230 plus. Smoked out of the park. Hakuziyare Mie says, I beg your pardon, it's not Hakuziyare Mie. It is Matthew Musinguzi, the lanky fella who is just in his examinations. And I know he's passed them with flying colors, because whatever he's come here today and yesterday untouched has really turned into gold. 5 for him on the first match, and now we'll see how he bats. He dances down the wicket, edged. But this will race away to the boundary again. A 6 and a 4. Matthew Musinguzi, the man with the long levers, taking a liking to the bowling. Union Warriors until this stage had conceded 21 runs in the last 4 overs, while he's taking 3 wickets. But now the last over is key. Musa Majid given the big job to deliver. Four more balls left. The dive is in vain from the keeper. It's indicated as an inside edge. Matthew Musinguzi is riding his luck and is wearing a big grin on his face. You may think he's a kid that ate all the cherry on the cake. Desperate dive there from Paul Mulongo. 217 now. A beautiful cameo from Matthew. 21 from 8. To give joy to Jonathan Sebanja. He misses everything there. The dot ball, like the last one here, had increased the last couple of overs. The boundaries are dried up compared to the first half of the innings. And credit where it's due. The Union Warriors have done very well whilst they were under severe pressure early on. But the last over has been a thing of beauty for Musinguzi. When you get your national team gear, they put on your initials. If you're Michael Ndiko Grace, they will put on MNG. And if you are Matthew Musinguzi, they will put on MM. I am waiting to see when Musa Majid makes it to the ranks, what they will put on his, because there's another MM. The two MMs going after each other, they want 2 runs. Hakuziyarem is sent back by his partner, says, enjoy the last ball. But what a big... Oh, it was the last ball. He's played very well, Matthew. Just the 1 run at the end after 2 dot balls. The over ends up as a 15-run over. And 200 is up. 218 for 8 for the Victoria Strikers, who won the toss and elected to bat first. They'll walk off knowing that the job is half done. If you don't come out here fighting, you'll fall over quickly. This is how the Victoria Strikers have done. Simon Cesar's innings was a beautiful one. He did his bit, and I tell you what, it was a show of clean hitting from Simon Cesar. his innings was really the launch pad of it all, Simon Sesazi. And that inning from Simon was simply fearless, clean, and superb. 58 from 24, Amos Ahura, the unsung hero of the innings, 40 from 34, and Matthew Musinguzi with a beautiful late cameo, 22 from 11. With the ball, Jonathan Niro, 3 for 48, Majid Ramadan Musa, 2 for 38, and Josephine Benjabaguma, 1 for 38. 4 p.m. here in Kampala, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll tell you what Bunyonyi Warriors will need 219 runs to win from the allotted 20 overs, scoring at 10.95. There you have it. First innings was a beautiful. The Victoria Strikers 218 for 8 in 20 overs. A blistering start, a wobble in the middle, and a strong finish at the death. The Victoria Strikers did post 218 and have thrown down a serious challenge to the Bunyonyi Warriors. They went about their game in innings, and this is how it unfolded. Let us look at some of the beautiful sights and sounds there. They raced to 75 for 3 after 6 overs despite losing wickets. Simon Sesazi put the bowlers under pressure. The scoring rate dropped below 12 and over throughout the first half of the innings. It didn't drop. And then Simon Sesazi took over with 58 from 24. Uhura provided the stability with 40 from 34. And while Sesazi supplied the fireworks, Uhura supplied the foundation. The Warriors fought back through Jonathan Nyiro. 3 wickets, including the prize cap of Simon Sesazi. Musa Majid Ramadan bowled a final over that was excellent, where he picked up 2 wickets. The Bunyonyi Warriors could easily have costed 240 to this today, but their bowler showed tremendous character to drag things back. The very end, there was a late surge from Musinguzi Matthew, who smashed 15 off the final over to lift the total from a good score to an imposing one, finishing on 218, as he also scored 22 from 11. Those final 6 deliveries may yet prove priceless. Musinguzi gave Victoria Strikers exactly the finish they were looking for. And now, the Bunyonyi Warriors need 219 from 20 overs at 10.95 per over. This means they cannot afford a slow start. They need a power play score of around 60 to 70 runs to keep them in the contest. And one batter will likely need to score a rapid 70 plus. Fast ball, and that is hit through the covers. And Asbeg, he doesn't need invitations to a party. He just walks in straight and he says, give me the high table and give me the throne of the king. I want to bat like the king.
Was a lot of width on offer. Matthew Musinguzi, of course, we saw earlier on young Kasim Adam after his fifer. Today he went for many. So Matthew Musinguzi yesterday's fifer as well for 12. Today is a new day, and it is an Asbeg, his opposition.
The partnerships will be very crucial here, because wickets in clusters will make this chase nearly impossible. A couple of questions heading into the chase. Can the old heads of Abu Segui and Fraser Chalam be the wise ones and provide a flying start? But they've got a man who breaks the shackles early on in his innings. Anas Beg, 2 boundaries to his name already. And as well, the Warriors from Bunyonyi will need their own Simon Sesazi. And who can be their Simon Sesazi? All will the strikers bounce back and back up their batting performance with a disciplined bowling show. It's all about scoreboard pressure, and scoreboard pressure is a beautiful thing because, Michael, I can tell you what, it works both ways. And we'll see who will push the panic button first and get into what they call in tennis errors, unforced errors to be exact. Big shot, and Nasbeg has a little crowd here supporting him. And look at the long levers. Matthew Musinguzi, a fiver for him yesterday. They tell him, not today, my man. You won't be running through us quickly, because Anas Beg gets a huge 6. And there's Michael Grace Indiko bring on the balls, coordinating not only as a commentator today, but also as a third umpire, helping out with the duties there. Chance to look at the balls. But this is it, how it is. Well, like we said, 218 on the board. It's not just a target, it's a mountain. The Warriors will need aggression, but they also need composure. This chase will require courage from the very first ball, like Nasbeg has shown us, 14 already of the first 4 balls. Victoria Strikers won the first half. That's the first innings. The question now is, can they finish the job? One thing is certain. The second innings is going to be as exciting and as fascinating as they come. Don't move an inch and tell a friend to stay tuned on this one. Anas goes now, chance for a catch. Only 2 fielders down in the deep. Does he hold out? No, he doesn't. And the effort from the fielder, not good enough. Anas Beg there almost lost his wicket, hitting down the throat of the only 2 fielders down there. Look at the effort from the man at the boundary. Perry Wazombe, some athleticism being shown by the youngsters in the setup of Uganda, things that will excite many selectors and the coaches. 18 of the first over. What does Mr. Nasbeg do? Final ball. He almost celebrated there, Nasbeg. The 15 runs Musinguzi squad in the final over have been paid back in the same vein by Nasbeg as he hits him for 18 in the first over. End of the first over, the score is 18 for no loss. Here's Robinson Obuya. He will be facing Jonathan Kiza. Chance for run out. There's no shot at the stumps. It's a dream start to the chase for the Bunyanyu Warriors. Exactly what they needed. 18 from the opening over. They immediately put the pressure back to the Victoria Pearls. The required rate has dropped to 10.5. If you're chasing 219, this is precisely how you begin. Positive intent with a lot of boundary options and no wickets lost. Nasbeg has walked out with absolutely no fear. Let's see how he goes about business when he faces Jonathan. Uppercut. Beautiful. The one bounce. And it's the boundary. He's not just chasing the target here, Nasbeg. He's dictating the pace and how things should run.
I think that was also width on offer. Certainly pedestrian from Jonathan. He should know better that Nasbeg is very effective in full extension of his arms. He has those quick hands and strong wrists. You want to keep him within check. Not coming so close, but also not width on offer.
It's a catching, but then the sweeper is a rounder. And Nasbeg will get off the mark. The single in this over, he already scored 18 runs in the previous over. So he's a man who's playing with a mission, playing with purpose. Jonathan Chiza pumped for a one bounce. It almost fell on the advertising boards. It would have been the flattest six you've ever seen this year for you people watching. Again, Robinson Obuya goes helter-skelter. The boundaries continue to flow. Perry Wazombe will have to collect from out of the park. There's Robinson Obuya. He plays that one with the sliced bat. The angling gives him the elevation. They're working in tandem partnership, these two. Mike Ondiko, what's your take?
Well, I find it very interesting that Robinson Obuya today, he's a man on mission as well. It takes partnerships, takes teamwork to work in tandem. And today he's looking to back up Anas Baig effectively. Speaking of effectively, that will be sent all the way into Ginger Road.
The two men are meaning business. Look at Obuya. It's as if a teacher with a little beautiful cane whipping the students, and the student being whipped now is Jonathan Kiza, getting him to get back in line. Michael, gamba says, atito omwana oli ayambadde yero ali emmere n'omwana omulaba eri ku scoreboard. Waliwo omwana omuto ayambadde yero. Omulaba eri ku scoreboard. Kale tambula mu round. Actually, Sarah, nga banonye ndiba. Sarah. As the search party went hunting, because the men were on fire in the chase of that score of 218. They continue to run amok, the Bunyonyi Warriors. $38 for no loss after 2 overs. The chase is turning into a full-on batting exhibition from the Bunyonyi Warriors. They need another 181 from 18 overs at 10 runs every over, but the current tempo is beyond that. First over was a 1 of 18 runs where Anas Bey came out swinging, and there were boundaries everywhere, including a 6 over long on. In the second over, 20 runs. Obuya Robinson joining the party immediately with 2 fours at the 6 of Jonathan Kiza, whose first over is a very expensive start. The current run rate is 19. The required run rate is 10. That tells you the story in its full entirety. Anas Beg welcomes Christopher Kidega, and that is hit into the road. It's gone all the way, and hopefully doesn't disrupt the people in Java House there. They were demanded to play smart cricket. The difference now, the Warriors' run rate is 9 runs ahead per over right now in the first over. And the second over, now the third over, things continue from where they stopped. And Asbeg moves 29 from 9. Obuya has 15 from 4. The early match situation is that even if 175 is still needed and still a big target, the kind of start flips the pressure immediately. This kind of start, believe me, you, does flip the pressure immediately. And if the Warriors keep this for 6 to 8 overs, they will be in cruise control modes. The Victoria Strikers bowlers already under serious pressure. 3 bowlers now used. First over went for 18 from Matthew Musenguzi. Then the one from Jonathan Kiza went for 20. And here's Kidega. First 2 balls, 6 runs. Out, says the umpire. Big appeal. Robinson Obuya leaves with the tank not half full but half empty. He's looking back and he's asking Anas Beg, how was that, man? How was that, mate? He's unhappy with himself, but if you have 45 in 2.4 overs, surely you have given your team a good start. Here is the appeal again, Michael.
Yeah, the adrenaline getting the better over Robinson Obuya, trying to replicate probably what Anas Beg is already doing, because that was right in front of his middle stump and the height was quite low. Easy work for the umpire, Madam Sharon Athaula, taking her time, giving herself the mandatory 5 to 7 seconds to make the decision.
Obuya was flying at 15 from 5, 2 boundaries and a 6 already. Before getting trapped, unfortunately, he lets off a row of anguish. Yesterday, they said the lions don't deal with humans because the 3 lions won 4-2. But today, Obuya lets off that lion roar of hunger after the little cub goes missing, and it's because it's been dismissed. Christopher Kidega and mates will celebrate. The wicket is important because Robinson Obuya has the finisher of power play intent ingrained in his batting style and how he has carried his team further beyond before. Kidega bowling further outside off stump. I think Jeto medium pace is bowling. He can be lined up if you get into position early. Now the Victoria Strikers will be thinking if we can get one of these two, Anas Beg or Paulo Molongo, the chase will become harder for them. But if Beg is still there and survives 6 overs, this stays firmly in the Warriors' hands.
Pace bowlers bully approach. They always want to try and have that run out attempt whenever the opportunity arises. Christopher Kidega not shying away from showing his intent. That will bring up the end to the third over. It's already 45 for 1. The Bunyonyi Warriors. Captain Paya Soloka. Captain on the day. Paya Soloka will look to take up the captain's responsibility because the runs are already running away so fast during the power play coming on from the Ginger Road end.
Hit very well, hit very hard. Chance, yes. Perry Wazombe completes the catch. Everyone is turned into silence. The Bunyonyi Warriors are falling like dominoes now.
Nasbeg lining it not perfectly because that was in the wide line area. He didn't get most of that ball. It was more of the bottom part of the bat. And the net result is that most important catch that the Victoria strikers were looking for. And suddenly, a little complexion to the game is changed. Because at 45 for 2 in 3.1 will mean that there will be a bit of caution mixed into the aggression of the Bunyonyi Warriors. Looks like they will need to start batting deeper, akin to their very name, Bunyonyi. Lake Bunyonyi, the deepest lake in Uganda. Abu Seguya, the new battering. Paya Soloka, one up with his fastball. Little shimmy down the track. Such is the nature of that man. He may be a veteran. Like alluded already, he was already playing in the East Africa Premier League 14 years ago. He's still in the business, and probably that speaks for his longevity. Another shimmy down the track. Just a single. Credit to young Paya Soloka, captain of the day, taking full responsibility for the side and making sure that he stems back the flow of runs, actually the flood of runs that the Bunyonyi Warriors had actually opened up. And they need to put some barriers, otherwise this chase over 219 would be over with even some couple of overs to spare. Slight, thick edge. And Mulongo Paul will have to make that lonesome walk back.
The wickets are tumbling here. I told you they're falling over like dominoes. And it's because the captain of the day, Paya Soloka, has decided to dream differently and dare the opposition
Kakam. Bubiri bwebwo. Oje gadade. Bamugamba kuba ekikalu.
Fred Achelam will be the new battering captain's role now. They know it's 219, not an easy total to reach and arrive at. It has to be clinical, but it also has to be aggressive, courageous, all-round batting effort required. And Fred Achelam will face his opposite number in Pasolok. Already 2 scalps in the over for just the single run. What a performance from the youngster. Some further field changes and adjustments to try and limit these Bunyonyi Warriors. Space off. First off from Pius to Freddy, the big Freddy. Suddenly with all those 3 wickets, suddenly the game has changed.
Fred Achelam is off the mark, but the survival for the 2 elderly batsmen out there in the middle, both at the striker and the non-striker's end, whichever way they are running, they're not sure if they reach home safe and dry. 1 wicket after another has fallen. An over made in heaven for the captain of the day for the Victoria Strikers, Pasolok. Another one biting the dust. 2 in the over. Bunyonyi are wobbling early on in the chase. They had 38 runs in 2 overs. But what a turnaround this is becoming, from a flying start to full-on collapse in just a couple of overs. Scoreboard saying the full story. The score is 47 for 3 and 4. It's the body language from the Bunyonyi Warriors dugout that is telling the deeper story. The chase is suddenly under siege. And Matthew Musinguzi, after being hit for 18, is back. Fred Achelam hits. What can Fred Achelam do? Little dive, delicate from Fred Achelam. Just the 1 run, that's the problem. Now he gives the strike to Abu Seguya, who 14 years ago, like Mike Ondiko, played in that much fancied East Africa Premier League, which was had an East Africa T20 Cup. The Saturdays belonged to the T20s and the Sundays belonged to the 50 over cricket. And oh God, oh my, the bus rides to Nairobi every week were something to look forward to for many a player. His catch and the fielding at the boundary is good from Perry Wazombe. Fred Achelam gets 2. Coming up for the Bunyonyi Warriors. At this stage, the strikers had 63 runs. He drags that one short and looks like Fred already decided where he's going. Downtown. But there's no shopping on Thursday. The market day is Friday.
Wait, I must pass that yard.
This is real T20 cricket at its cruelest. One over you cruising, and the next you are chasing leather. And for the Bunyonyi Warriors, they've got to rebuild from rubble. End of the over now. 52 for 3 after 5. Here is a pass Oloka. Chance for a catch. Where does it land? Oh, what an effort from Matthew Musinguzi. He does very well. And he gets a little low fives from Jonathan Kiza for that effort. Chance for a catch. Abu Seguya holds out. It's the wicket and the celebration from Matthew Musinguzi, who gets a high five from Jonathan Kiza. The wickets are tumbling here. Abu Seguya, the occasion a little too large for his larger than life character, and he'll take the marching orders. Very well said. There are good vibes here in the comms box, irrespective of what's happening to the Bunyonyi Warriors, who are falling over. Looks like they're in a hurry to play their fixture tomorrow. They had 38 runs in 2 overs. But what has happened going on forward with no firepower from Obuya and Anas Beg? It's a sad tale. I don't want to be the one writing this obituary. Joseph Benjamin Baguma has walked in and is not allowing any sighters. The man with the 3 wickets, 3 in row in just 10 deliveries, is taken to the cleaners. And that was a good ball, full. He got a little carried away there. Pius Oloka pitching up a little closer. His pace was never going into trouble. Benjamin Baguma. These two have a lot of work to do. The good thing about the occasion is they are both national team players. And if they want to work, what a good day to choose to go to working.
Unapologetic batting from Joseph Benjamin Baguma. He knows that spinners are meant to also be good batters. Continuing on, knowing very well that his head coach will be behind, just watching and seeing how he goes about his business, how he takes responsibility, how he rises to the occasion in spite of the challenges, no matter the magnitude of the moment. Fred Achelam definitely knowing very well what is at stake.
No real pace on that one. Fred Achelam holds his bat like a baseball player. Yes, he did play some softball for Uganda and is outfoxed by Pius Oluka. Who knows the thing or two about his past? He doesn't pitch up. Fred Achelam found wanting to keep that one down on the ground very late. He manages to do just that. End of the power play. The runs are good, but the wicket column that has not been looked after by the Bunyonyi Warriors, who are 60 for 4. There are the birds flying. And yes, we have one team named after bird, the Bunyonyi Warriors. And Bunyonyi is a famous lake down in Kawale, the deepest of them all. The bird is flying high in the skies, but the Bunyonyi Warriors, their namesakes, are in a deep trouble, deeper than the lake. What do you do if you're a Bunyonyi Warrior? The battle is lost, but can you win the war? After all, you're a warrior. You only fight in the arena. And your storyline is made in the middle of the arena. And today they are in the middle of the arena. 2 against 11. Baguma and Achelam.
You know what is interesting, Innocent? Even at this stage, they've been going at 15 and over, and right now they are 10. So even at this stage, if they can just keep going at 10 and over, build up a couple of good partnerships sustainably over that period of time, at least they would be in that respectable moment, taking the game to the edge, to the end, towards the wire. Because with that extra 10 and over, it will take them to at least 200 and more. And they would look to come closer to 219.
Bowling a mixed bag here. Christopher Kidega has been the difference for me with the ball. Him and Oloka, once they came into the attack after Matthew was hit all over the park. And Kiza, a poor man, is Jofra Archer and Noah Lyles. He made the difference. Over the infield, it will bounce luckily and to rest to the boundary. Electric Alfred has been all day, all tournament long, and even the edges are flying to the boundary, and that is what the coaches teach. Even you swing hard, that if it comes off the edge, it is flying, and someone needs an effort and a half to stop it.
Interesting field placements, because you have all of the front protected right from deep, square leg, mid wicket, long on, long off, and extra cover, to suggest that Christopher Kidega is probably going to be pitching it up and asking the batters to try and go downtown over them. So in that case, sort of short of good length. That's why without the third man, it was always going to be a boundary. But this makes for a very interesting field set. How well will Christopher Kidega be able to bowl within that particular restriction of the field.
A week now since we started this Great Lakes Men's T20 Elite League. Fedachelam with a little whip. The bottom hand coming into play, and there it goes into the advertising boards.
Gives himself some room, and indeed, as mentioned, that bottom hand coming through and redeeming the situation for the boundary. It will always be more pressure because this kind of field set seems to suggest that Christopher Kidega has no option but to bowl within the block hole. Pitching it up in that particular instance. And Freddie seems to be wanting to consider fine leg area that is vacant. Yes, is short fine. Simon says Sazi, but because there's no boundary cover, no fine leg and no third man, what an equation. And interestingly, long on is very fine as well as long off.
What they do, Chidega here and Oloka. The Naya Chelam, the arms to swing for the heavens and swing for glory. And as we end the 7th over, the score is 71 for 4. Change in the bowling. Jaffochai will be here to turn down the music much further for the Bunyonyi Warriors. The Florida Strikers want to stay in charge. The Warriors say like a house on fire. Nasbeg leading the charge. Jonathan Kiza has taken a part for 20. Christopher Kidega struck, removing Robinson Obuya, LBW for 15 of 5. Then the immediate pressure built. The new batters were unable to settle in. Olokapa has also entered into the bowling arsenal and changed everything. He got an Asbeg for 30. As this one runs away, will this be a boundary? Yes, it's a boundary. And it's wide 5. More of these will relieve the pressure in the Bunyonyi Warriors dugout. The storyline thus far. Nasbeg was caught deep extra cover by Perry Wazombe. Longo was caught by the keeper for note. And the Warriors in a flash went from 38 for no loss to 45 for 3. So they lost 3 wickets for just 7 runs in no time. $76 for 4. It's not over, but they need to work and fight. Chelam slaps this one down. Does that beat the fielder? Yes, it does. Jaffochai are guilty because Chelam shuffles to that 4th stump line and unleashes the sweep. And is one of the best sweepers in Uganda cricket.
Absolutely. Whenever he brings out that broom, there is a high-pitched expectation and a sense of excitement that comes up. Thankfully, that time executing to perfection. Big Freddie at his best.
He misses it. And they shimmy down the wicket. Power. He goes for it. And it is his demise. As he dances to no music. And he walks past one. And this is how it all happened. The little shimmy down the wicket. And Freddie trying to get back in line. A little too late. Very, very late. The keeper had removed the bails before even Fred brought back the behind foot. And I like the line brought by Jaffo Chaya. Steering clear of trouble. Bowling it much further away from Fred Achelam, who has had a very calm and tame tournament as a batter. Five down now. Another one bites the dust. Cosmas Cheuta is the new man in. Fred Ajuna, Robert Ajuna trying to direct the traffic there on the field. Slapped very hard. And I tell you what, it's 4 runs. Cosmas Cheuta's power on shore. That one dying on him. Cosmas has come out here and he's got to do the job himself. He's a hero in a man named Choto because the time and the place where he is in need of some fireworks. That gets some extra bounce on Baguma. Just swivel down. They wanted to, but they'll take one. Cosmas Cheuta is limping. I don't know why. He's just walked in. He may need some medical attention. The man with long levers and who will side his innings with a boundary. Maybe needs a little stretching because he's up on his feet. And all is well that ends well.
Clearly, I can tell that you're always with the classics, Innocent. But Cosmas Cheuta had a good little cameo yesterday, getting the sixes flying in that much anticipated and very exciting performance yesterday against the Mburo Blasters. He really looked like a blaster himself. But Matthew Musinguzi will be requested to try and clean up the rest of the team. And instead, Baguma Joseph just looks to rotate the strike and request the tall, big, lanky fellow who is also known for his batting Yes, he may be the
Matayo,
opening bowler, strike
azaana
bowler,
ekikono akisaana ekikoota.
but he wants to fancy himself as a big hit of the ball to come and try and take on the bowling of Matthew. I tell you, that swing just tells it all. The tell sign
Tajagati, eh?
from Choto, Cosmas Chewuta, is very clear. He's there to attack Matthew. Matthew too being dragged into this duel because that was clearly probably off Choto's bat, because there were two sounds there. A little battle going on there. Another big swing. Choto taking his guard, probably recognizing that he needs to also move across to just the off stump line or outside off stump if he's to make contact with that delivery. And there you have huge, big, humongous, all the way to court number 5. This time he lines it up well, makes good contact, and says go back towards the net for another practice session.
Translation, eh? Aya.
95 for 5. Cosmas Cheuta is here to mean business. 6 and a 4. The way he bats is one who trusts his ability to take on even the best of bowling there is in world cricket. Matthew Musenguzi could not do much apart from giving it away.
All the way again from Choto for another boundary through extra cover region, and the loud applause and hand claps from the dugout is because of signaling the triple figures coming up for the Bunyonyi Warriors.
If you're into football and you know it's the World Cup season time and the Lord is happening, and it's the biggest ever World Cup, and guess where it is? 3 countries in the North Americas: USA, Mexico, and Canada. Some of our own yesterday catching some of the action between Ghana and Panama. And guess what? It's the Africans that won. Africans have 10 teams in the World Cup, the biggest and the most ever. And that man, Irekinyi, scoring the only goal for Ghana very late. After watching that game, I came straight here.
You're a strong man, Innocent. I needed my full 5 hours of sleep.
The next one will interest chance for a catch. It won't carry, and it's taken. They don't drop many. Matthew Musenguzi celebrates. Choto goes for 15 off 7. His cameo needed sustained hitting, and he doesn't get hold of that one. Matthew putting in an effort to show he's a Cricket Cranes International, and rightfully so. The wickets continue to tumble. Baguma staying at the other end as the wickets crumble around him. And Matthew Musenguzi says this is a no-fly zone. If you want to fly elsewhere, not here. Happy with his shift today. But that's what he required he could hardly do anything different from what the occasion demanded because all the senior batters came and went in a flash. Big meeting happening at Kopa Chimney, and there is the former secretary of Cricket Uganda, Alvin Bagaya Mboijana. If I'm watching closely and rightfully, no, he's not the one. He's not the one. Talking about the World Cup, Congo putting on a show, and they have a gaffer who is giving Ugandans something to smile about and celebrate about in Sebastian Dishabre. I liked the celebration as they danced after Johan Visa's goal, the equalizer, to deny Portugal a certain victory after Portugal scored very early in the match. The Africans have gone pound for pound this time round. Ivory Coast also winning its opening game. It is Tunisia, South Africa that were torn apart like a piece of paper. If you love your football, you must prepare yourself for longer nights and shorter days because the broadcasts lately are starting at 9 p.m. on the weekends and they stop at 9 a.m.
It's a big heave, swing and a miss from Fortunate Ali Juna. That will bring up the end of the midway stage by 10th over. It's 105 for 6 Bunyonyi Warriors.
The game has lost sting here. Is there a hero amongst these Bunyonyi Warriors, or is it back to where they were before? They won their first game of the tournament, lost 5 in a row, and won the other yesterday. Hit for 4. Kenneth Waiswa running and stopping, and instead having something to tell the bowler. He's not happy that Jonathan Kiza is just dragging it a little short, going through with the action, not putting some back into it. A little hold up in play here. Looks like the search party is hunting for a ball that didn't go for 6 but just crept by. And there are some pits there. Hope it isn't fallen inside. The umpire Patrick Makumbi Musoke summoning the extra balls and saying no, but no, wait a minute. This should be able to be found. There will certainly be a lot of big people in Cricket Uganda watching. Why? Because Uganda will be headed for some big tournaments. Around 10 for 6, make that 111. Two good and close friends are out there in the middle. Fortunately, Jonah and Joseph Baguma. What happens here going on is there will be sports at stake, and some of the people will put their hands up and want to be counted. Charles Museme is at 314 runs. Whereas at Alisha 275. Both batters are for the Mburo Blasters. Chance for a catch. Catch is the call. Kenneth White slaps it back into the field of play. Superb athleticism shown at the boundary there from Kenny. Playing as a reserve fielder. He has a word with his coach, Jonathan Sebanja, who is never short of words.
I tell you, the lofty and high standards set by this gentleman, because Jonathan seemed to be telling him, why didn't you just punch it over to your colleague to complete the catch?
Yeah, Sebanja, of course, calling for some acrobatism. And still talking about the people who have voted the runs. Cyrus Kakuru has worked his way back into good form. The keeper batter for the Cricket Cranes. And he has 203 runs. Of course, number 4 position is occupied by Bunyonyi Warriors. Robinson Obuya, who is closely followed by another one who made the debut this year for the Cricket Cranes in Anas Baig, who has 189. Cut very hard, but cut to the sweeper. After being hit for 20 in the first over, Jonathan Kiza wraps up this one nicely with 8 runs after going for 4 on the first delivery in his second. And after 11 overs, Bunyonyi Warriors are 113 for 6. But guess what, Michael? Amidst all this chaos, if you're a believer, and I know you are one, the required rate is only 11.7. Do they need a mic on the go to go and show them how to do this?
Very interesting scenario. But yeah, the possibilities are still on. And more importantly, Ali Juna, very fortunate, like his name, because that was going to roll back. I think of someone in the IPL, Sudarshan, kept getting hit wicket. And he makes such a reverse switch hit for a big one. Such is the man, fortunate Ali Juna. I tell you, even Simon Sesazi would applaud such a hit.
The audacity and how he dispatches that one with the total disdain. No respect given to the bowler.
He's gotten the fans lit up. And that's what we were just saying. Amazingly, the Bunyonyi Warriors have kept going at over 10 and over. So 11 isn't out of reach.
Chance for a catch. That won't carry. Perry Wazombe yet to be used today.
It's shocking how the body language seems to suggest that this is almost a concluded affair. Not the case, because it's still within reach for the Bunyonyi Warriors. Yes, 219 was the target set from the beginning for them to amass and win the game. And actually, they are just about 98 runs away. So yes, it's still possible to reach that target. Another switch hit. This time to the mid-wicket region. Oh, I beg your pardon. It's actually extra cover. It's just that when Ali Juna turns it around and switches, it becomes as though it's a left-hander's mid-wicket region. That is skied up, lands in no man's region. Perry was Zombe guilty of trying to run around that. But do you feel as though Matthew had an opportunity to run straighter towards that ball? The net result is another couple of runs to Fortunate Ali Juna, who moves on to already 13 off 11. And with Baguma Joseph on 26 off 14, they are building up a healthy partnership. And all that's needed is just to pace themselves in the rest of the 48 balls available in that particular quest to get 94 to win for victory. It's end of the over, 125 for 6. Bunyonyi Warriors.
That is a top shot there from Benjamin Baguma. Mr. JB Baguma. He says, whatever happens, I'll stay here and I enjoy my batting today. And in that area, there is no fielder. And once you hit there, you are assured of a boundary. Big appeal for nothing from the man down on the ropes. Fortunate. Would have been in a lot of trouble if he had left his crease. But he's got the thinking cap on. One thirty is up. 130 for 6 in 12.3 means they are still moving at 10 per over. Chance for a catch. Fortunate. Unfortunate. As he perishes. And guess who dismisses him? Former schoolmate, former teammate Abojo. He just lapped it straight into the fielder's hands. Where Simon says he didn't do anything extraordinary, but just completed a simple take.
Munda step way, munda step way. Munda ija mais. Hey. Aya matayo saraka pia.
Matthew Musinguzi has had quite an event today. After his 5 yesterday, today he is already at 39, but just the lone wicket so far. And that has come courtesy of his former schoolmate and colleague all the way from Nyakasura Cricket Hub.
One Perry. One Perry. No.
And that will also mean that it's the end to the 13th over. 131 for 7. The Bunyonyi Warriors, they are still on course, but just falling short slightly in the wickets column. Jaffo Chaya will return from the Ginger Road end. And the body language on the pitch, especially from the Victoria strikers, seems to suggest that they have this already within their grasp. But I tell you, still at 10 and over, Bunyonyi Warriors are within reach. And they are striking that ball, hitting it hard, running hard. Whoever comes in, whether it's a number 3 batter or number 9 right now in Nero Jonathan. Everyone coming in is going hard and looking to make a contribution. It's high up in the air. And Baguma Joseph perishes down to Payasoloka, the ever reliable, Mr. Reliable fielder.
Baguma shadowing that he wanted to play it much straighter. Unfortunately, there are no second chances as a batter. The bowlers get 5 more if they get it wrong. But as a batter, you perish, you go home, you go take a shower and cool off. Because next day or tomorrow is another day for you to come out buzzing when the sun shines. Musa. 132 for 8. The runs are there on the board. It's the wickets that have been looked after. And this is batsman number 10 that has walked in.
Majid Musa, he's been known to have little cameos. He likes to hit that ball big. And today, coming in at a stage where the team still requires to find 86 runs to win, call that 85 now, means that he has a bit of a mammoth task ahead of him and an opportunity as well to put up his hand as an all-rounder. He wants to consider himself an all-rounder, the opening bowler. Big heave, swing and a miss. And the reason is because that ball is wide of his reach. Nero Jonathan, lanky, tall fellow with a good long reach. Couldn't reach that particular delivery from Jaffa. And he tries to go big. Nero Jonathan just manages to sky it up for caught and ball for Jaffa Ochaya. And the writing is clearly on the wall. Bunyonyi Warriors stranded. 13.5 overs. Didn't get the most of that. Just the bottom of the bat trying to go cow corner region. He only manages to sky that, stays up in the air for a long time. And Jaffa, who has already moved into position, is able to steady himself, get the proper balance, and complete the dismissal with a very simple, basic catch. It makes it look easy. It wasn't easy. And will this also become the biggest run margin that the Victoria Strikers is able to impact and execute against Bunyonyi Warriors? Because walking in is number 11 batter Kasim Adam.
Akasemba.
And it's extras on offer
Omuwa.
and wides at that. An opportunity once again for Adam Kasim to get off the mark. That will bring up the conclusion to the 14th over. 138 for 9. Bunyonyi Warriors. Time for the top order bowlers, for the strike bowlers to come and do what they do best. Clean up the tail. Musa Majid has been clearly ready for such moments. He likes to score a couple of sixes maximums in such times. But today seems to be a bit different. They are crestfallen Bunyonyi Warriors. You seem to get the impression, the body language, like they feel they've been dealt a low blow with the whole difference of 81 runs. How many more can they chip away before surrendering that final wicket? A reason being it's a whole 36 balls left to play. Not impossible, but asking for a lot from the last partnership, last pair of the side.
Preach on, preacher, Mike Ondiko, but I tell you what, even divine intervention may not save the Bunyonyi Warriors from suffering the agony of defeat in this one. Here is Jonathan Kiza. Oh, big hit. Musa Majid brings out the cane and lashes. Simon Cesars is laughing. I hope he's not laughing at the bowler, because these tailenders are not your everyday tailenders. These are hungry for runs tailenders. The allure of runs there, and they unleash the big hits.
I tell you, Musa Majid, in very characteristic fashion, he always gets that maximum. He gets a couple of maximums in. Once again, Jonathan Kiza, the victim. I was wondering why he forgot about the Bowlers Association welcoming him with a bumper. Following it up with an attempted Yorker, just bowls it in the channel, in the zone. And I tell you, the previous over was the first over where they went below 10 runs and over. That lands right within the slot, much as it's an attempted Yorker. And lady umpire Sharon Athaula has to take continual evasive action in quick reaction time, because Jonathan Kiza guilty of serving up a throwdown here and there. He now needs to look to complete the quest of picking up the 10 wickets. Attempted bumper, so to speak. It's more of a slower bouncer. And they will take up 2 runs. Already 12 runs in the over. And making sure that they are back to 10.3 runs and over. If only the Bunyonyi Warriors would wish that the last partnership gives them such an amazing partnership of 70. But they also know that it's just that wicket left. Certainly not against Payasoloka trying to steal a single. That would almost be suicidal and a sure run out. Musa Majid shadowing that he could have still gotten that over mid-wicket for a maximum as well. I tell you, they've been exciting moments in this particular cup, the Great Lakes T20 Men's Cup. It's been nothing short of entertaining. And no wonder so many are watching it, streaming it live. Attempted football skills. Jonathan Kiza, not his best suit, clearly smiling to himself because he had an opportunity to attempt a run out of Adam Kasim. But he will simply bring up a close to the over and a healthy one for the Bunyonyi Warriors because it was worth 13 runs picked up and bringing up their total. Their 150 comes up, Bunyonyi Warriors. But it's that other column, 151 for 9 after 15 overs.
Imagine there are still 30 balls left. And then the way the batsmen have been going after the bowling, we've seen people score 70 or 30. And if you add 70 to this 150 they have, the score could be 220 and they could be victorious. But well, they say, if three never existed, if wishes were horses, even the beggars would ride. If there is that sort of parable-like thinking where someone gives you with one hand and takes with others, with other personalities involved, so they come in a bunch or a gang and they leave you naked. Adam Kasim right there with Musa Ramadan Majid, who has gotten some quick runs. Pius Oluka pumping himself up to deliver here. The final blow, one of the contestants for player of the match. He didn't score many today, but look at his bowling. It'll be interesting to see who the match officials pick for being the impact man for the day. Simon Sesazi trying to go for a little bucket there, as if throwing in a hoop for 2 points to see, are you running? And the way he held the ball, even like a dart. Bull's eye not needed here, just a control of things. And it could be game, set and match. From the tournament setup, this should officially be the last over, but because there was a late start today, it was 5:30 now. But like they say, there's always another 30 minutes in the bucket for the umpires to play around with. Traffic getting heavy. Everyone on the maze to get home in a snap of a finger, but it will never happen. Flicked, good hands. Adam Kasim told by the coach not to take the single, telling him to give a chance to Musa Ramadan Majid to fill the entire 6 balls in the over to come. 16 required, 1 wicket in hand. In one phrase, all in 2 words. That's a scenario you call tall order.
Tall order is what some bowlers would actually prefer. Of course, the Bunyonyi Warriors dugout would hope that Musa Majid can take charge of the rest of the whole 24 balls. Quite an impossible task.
You know what they say about hope? Hoping beyond hope is a very dangerous thing because hope will eventually kill you. Not really effort from the man at long off to pull off a scream of a catch. He believes it's not necessary. But if for him, take it, make sure your team gets enough rest because tomorrow is another match day and the games are coming through thick and fast. Tomorrow the penultimate day.
Interesting dynamics that while Kasim Adam was asked not to take the single, so as for Musa Majid to keep the strike, ultimately it's as though he took the single anyway because he's already facing the second ball of the over from Christopher Kidega. Such is the nature of cricket. Just like life, sometimes you are avoiding the inevitable. And indeed, it would have also added on the extra single because the man is able to actually rotate the strike at a moment's notice. And you want every single run that you can get. However, like many a coach will tell you, depending on the bowlers to get you home, to get you across the line, as it were, is always like asking for water from a flint stone in the desert.
Michael Grace Ndiko here in the comms box getting a little philosophical and poetic. You ask me to interpret what he said. I would struggle. Struggle without even trying. It is what it is. 155 for 9 now. Bunyonyi Warriors. Do they believe? Can Musa do it? Christopher Kidega overcompensates and balls that one too straight. It's wides on offer.
Well, the flinty stone is simply extremely dry and it's already in a desert. You will never find any water under it. Musa Majid being asked to do the impossible. Excitement from Chiza Joseph at fine leg. He thought that was a dismissal because that was sent just dropping short of Waiswa Kenneth in mid-wicket. And Christopher Kidega will continue on his quest to pick up the wicket of Kasim Adam. And the young man tells you, I'm also here to bat. I want to bat out the allotted overs. What a defensive stroke. Textbook. Young men, everyone watching on YouTube, that's how you play the front foot defensive. You can just rewind that on your YouTube channel and watch how the young man, Kasim Adam, has gone about that business. Nothing exciting, just looking to continue facing.
No!
And this time back foot defensive stroke. The coaching manual would definitely love these examples from Kasim Adam. I guess a sense of anticipation is palpable at the moment. You can almost feel everyone just anticipating. Will it be another 6 or 4? Or will actually Pius Soloka finally knock down the stumps of one of the batters? It is 18 balls to go. Run rate of 9.18. Second time that the run rate has fallen and dropped just below 10. It's a swing and a miss from Musa Majid. It's either you miss a hit, a six I get. It's a cat and mouse affair at the moment. It's good to see that the youngsters are going after each other. That will form a very good foundation and a base for future cricket cranes. Driven down on the ground straight. And ably saved. But a couple of runs attained in the process. Jaffo Chaya, the fielder.
Oloka to Musa Majid. He wants 2 runs. Do they come back for the second? No, they don't. 4 balls to face for young Pius Oloka. I beg your pardon. 4 balls to face for young Adam Kasim facing Pius Oloka, captain for the day, for the strikers from Victoria. He's put it down. He's dropped that one. Jaffa Ochaya, the guilty party. Young man Adam Kasim, I think he saw one in his zone and his eyes lit up. But boy, oh no, it was a bluff.
I can feel for the young man Pius Oloka. He thought he had completed the nutmeg, but still in the business. An attempted slower bouncer will only result in another dot ball. Pius Oloka shaking his head slightly because he's saying he felt the game was done and dusted. But this partnership, they continue to chip away at the very end.
Click bang. Oloka strikes right through the gates of the young Adam Kasim, who unleashed the full stretch to keep it out. But it's clean board, but no love lost for him. He did his job as a bowler. It's the batsmen that were asking more from him. And there it is. He defended the wrong line. And his stumps were arranged. The middle stump bails. The middle stump and the bails went flying. End of the game here. It is a game, set and match. Bunyonyi Warriors bowled out 458 in 17.3 overs. And the big boys, the strikers from Victoria, find another victory. They are victors by 60 runs. Mike Ondiko, take us through the summary.
And that is indeed the walk down back towards the dugout. And we had indeed the Victoria strikers earlier on managing their 218 from the allotted 20 overs. It was a very exciting and interesting affair, high scoring game. It is only this particular inning that falls short in terms of getting closer to the opponent's total. But altogether we saw some good cameos. Simon Sesazi with his good 58 of 24. And we saw the rest of the batters coming through. As a match summary will tell you there, 58 of 24 for Simon Sesazi, Amos Sahura, 40 of 34. Matthew Musinguzi, 22 of 11. Jonathan Kiza. Jonathan Niro picking up 48 for 3 in his allotted 4 overs. Musa Majid 38 for 2 in allotted 4, and Joseph Baguma 38 for 1 in 4 overs. Each of the bowlers going for a number of runs, and later on the Munyonyi Warriors, Joseph Benjamin Baguma will be the one that came up with 31 of 18, as well as Beg Akbar 30 of 12, Musa Majid 18 of 12, Payasoloka, the peak of the bowlers, 4 for 14, as Ochaya as well was 4 for 42, both in the allotted 4 overs. Kidega Christopher 22 for 1. It was a team effort that gave the victorious strikers the victory, winning by 59 runs, match day number 7, match number 14. And we'll be continuing with the post-match being delivered by my colleague Innocent Ndaula. Let's join Innocent at the post-match.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, watching us here at the post-match presentation at the beautiful end to day number 7 of the Great Lakes Men's T20 tournament happening here in Lugogo in the Pearl of Africa. First things first, you very well know it's been a beautiful game played between the Victoria Strikers and the Bunyonyi Warriors. The Victoria Strikers are happy to bat first. I beg your pardon, the Bunyonyi Warriors were the team chasing, not able to bat first after they lost the toss, and the Victoria Strikers getting 218 runs on the board. A couple of good contributions there, a half century from Simon Sesada and 40 runs from Ahura Amos. But in the chase, in the power play, the Bunyonyi Warriors looked like they were a team going to chase it down. They had 38 runs in 2 overs, but when the wicket started tumbling, they fell like dominoes. Allow me to talk to the captain here as he tells me what really happened in that run chase. Fortunate, you guys were unfortunate not to pick up victory today after you won yesterday. Just take me through the game.
Thank you very much, Innocent. At the start, we thought that we had the game because even 219 wasn't a very big score, given that 222 was chased on this very ground. So we felt that we could stand a chance to come and chase down 219. And again, the top order batters gave us a very good start, but thereon, after they lost the wickets in succession, it all fell apart for us. The middle order batters didn't come and control the innings, and we thought maybe Benja came in and played so well, which he did, but he lacked somehow some support from all the other batters, including myself, and that's where we lost everything from.
Yes, you talked about yourself. I was exactly coming to you. The couple of players that are seniors in this team haven't come to the party. Fred Achelam, Benja has not shown a lot of responsibility. Robinson Obuya, many times has fallen over quickly. Paul Mulongo, and we're seeing Simon Okecho after his brilliant cameo the other day. We see him sitting in the dugout with the fans laughing.
Yeah, sometimes it is all about the discipline. The cricket is all played, and it's the discipline that keeps you up. So he had some issues with the coach, and so he's serving his punishment a little bit.
Thank you very much. Do we see you guys bounce back? Yesterday you gave everyone a lot of excitement when you defended the Emigra 137. So do we see you guys bounce back? Because the table shows that the Choga Avengers have 10 points. In second place are the Mburo Blasters with 8. 6 points for the team you played with, Victoria Strikers. And you guys have 4. So it looks like things are not out of order, even with 2 games to play.
If you see how we played against the team we are going to play tomorrow, the one for Rizu, we scored 220, which was a very good score. Despite they came in and chased the runs, but we have some unfinished business with them. So we can't lose 3 times against them. Tomorrow, definitely, we're coming up very strong.
Thank you very much. Fortunate. Good luck to you, and good luck to you, particularly tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
You heard it from Fortunate Alijuna saying they have unfinished business with the Mburo Blasters, who chased down their 220. For now, I'll tell you what, there was one man who stood out in this game. Yes, there were half centuries across the innings, but this man, he got going not with the bat. Because with the bat, he got 9 runs from 8 balls, just the 2 boundaries. But with the ball, he's been very incisive with a very good economical spell. The captain of the day for the Victoria Strikers is the player of the match. But first things first, Sharon Atoula, please come through to give out this player of match award to a man who picked up 4 wickets for 14 runs. Money for you. And very well done to you. Smile, you live on TV, guys. Thank you very much, Sharon. You can take your leave. Pius, first let's talk to you as a captain. The times you've captained, your team has been winning. What's your thought process? How do you go about your business?
First and foremost, I only tell my batsmen to feel free and enjoy the game and take responsibilities. And I usually talk to them, most especially the opening batsmen, to take charge and to try and get a good number of runs in the power play, which have been working for us.
What type of captain? Are you the one that backs or the one that takes things easy?
I take things easy.
And then let's talk about your contributions both with the bat and when you fail with the bat, you perform with the ball. You look like you can never be kept quiet in a match.
Yeah, because I know if I don't perform and my team might not perform well because we don't have many bowlers, so we have few bowlers. So I have to stand out there. If there are other two good bowlers don't work out.
6 points for you now on the log. 2 rounds to play. What are your ambitions?
Just looking forward to win all the remaining games.
Thank you very much, Captain of the Day.
Welcome.
You heard it from the player of the match, Pastor Luka. Please take your leave. Go enjoy your play of the match. And I tell you what, we'll be back tomorrow. There will be a little skirmish when the Bunyonyi Warriors face the Mburo Blasters. And in the other fixture, quite easy, the Choga Avengers against the Victoria Strikers. I have been Innocent Daula at the post-match presentation.